What up? What up? How y'all feeling tonight? As you can see, we are on the grind, at work, making things happen. And yeah, so basically what I wanted to talk about is if you've seen the title as you came in, what are you willing to do, or what would you do for success? Not what were you willing, what would you do for success? You know what I mean? And when you think about that question about what one is willing to do for success, it's interesting. If you sat down at a round table and people gave their answers, I mean the answers that they really think about in their head, you know what I mean? Not the answers they are willing to share with you. I mean, are you willing to throw somebody under the bus for success? Falsely accuse somebody for something for success? Are you willing to stab somebody in the back for success? What would you do? You got some people out there that would sell their souls for success. What would you do? You know what I'm saying? Uh, so you got to ask yourself, what would you do for success? And I was thinking about it because just watching people go through stuff, and I guess what really sparked this thought in my brain is, the thing that Jay's going through, and then you listen to that witness, and she starts to seem very incredible. But just in general, what is one willing to do for success, to obtain it, to get it? Whether they deserve it, they earned it. Because you got to think there's some people that's willing to take it. You know what I'm saying? Are you willing to take success that you didn't earn from someone else? You know what I mean? Because when you out here thinking about what you were not willing, just what to do, what you're willing to do, what are you willing to give? Is it blood, sweat, and tears? Is it, believing in yourself, outworking the person to your left and to your right? You know what I mean? Outthinking that person, spending more time working at their craft, right? What are you willing to give? And we do know as much as you're willing to give to become successful, you know, someone's willing to do something which is take your success, take what you've earned. They're willing to work twice as hard to take it from you, right? And so, not only what are you willing to do and what are you willing to give for success, you know what I'm saying? Once you get this so called success, I mean, how do we define success? Is success like you obtaining a large sums amount of money, right? That's how most people probably would define success. Obtaining a large amount of money, right? Well, then I think like, damn, once you obtain this large sums of money, which is deemed to be success, I think people don't realize that's a double-sided coin. I mean, how many friendships did you lose to get this so-called success? Family members. Because when you do start to become successful, there's a lot of people that will not like you for it, that will resent you for it, right? A lot of people that will stop liking you and resent you for the success you have obtained and acquired. So essentially, you've become successful, but you also have managed to put a target on your head, to wear a target as a crown on your head, because you know, I mean, there's levels to success. Think about any time you've been successful in life. Think the chips were looking up. How many people may have started acting funny towards you? You know what I'm saying? Or started, not some people you're not really as cool with because they feel you switched up on them, right? And so We gotta ask: is success worth walking around with a target on your back, having people resent you for it? You know what I mean? Because they're not gonna look at everything it took for you to get here or to arrive at this point. They're gonna look at why do you deserve it? Why do you have it? And they don't. And since they are not willing to put in the work to get that success, they feel it's just a lot easier to just to take it from you because they feel like you don't deserve it. Who are you? Right? And so when we want success, we really have to think about everything that comes with experience any type of level of success because um, people are savages, right? They will make some shit up about you just to get money out of you, right? They'll make some shit up about you just to get money. So when you acquire success, you also acquire a target on your back, and this target is not a small target; it's a big target. And some people are aware that they have a target on their back, and some people aren't as aware. You know what I'm saying? So I guess they say like be careful for what you ask for, because you just might get it. You know, everybody wants to be successful. Think about how many times it done separated you from your loved ones. You know what I mean? You done lost close relationships due to the success. Whether it just being you abandoned them relationships because you were solely focused on chasing this success, you failed to manage and maintenance these relationships. Um, so a lot is required, man, to be given, and that's everybody got their price. But I think you should find out what price are you willing to pay before you start traveling down this road trying to acquire success. You know, so if the stakes get high, too high, you already know what you comfortable with. You know what I mean? Because Dave Chappelle even talked about it when he started to become super successful. People wanted him to put on a dress, and he said, that's where I cross. That's where you cross the line. I draw the line. You asking for too much. I am not willing to do that. You know what I mean? And others that said, "Fuck it, uh, 20 million, I'll put that dress on." You know what I mean, or whatever the price may have been. So I always say and I always think, as successful as I'm trying to be, there's someone working twice as hard to strip that away from me, to just take it. Say you don't deserve it. I should have it, right? And so I always think what am I willing to do and what am I willing to give? And so what I'm willing to do is apply myself, learn from all my mistakes to set me up for the next win, and that's going to help propel me forward. Um, Willing to work hard, put in the time, put in the work, the effort, the man hours of what is required. You know what I mean? Maybe instead of sleeping 8 hours, I sleep 7. You know what I'm saying? I got that extra hour jump start while my opponent or somebody that's competing, because we're all competing, is sleep. I got one more hour on my clock to put in this work to get ahead. You know what I'm saying? Because if you put in the bare and then as I'm trying to acquire this level of success, I have lost friends along the way. I just did a video recently of me and my partner falling out. Well, two of my partners fell out, and it caused me to stop doing business with one of them. And so, this kind of comes with the territory of chasing this level of trying to be successful, right? Many of us chase it, a lot of us won't receive it. And um and that's why you have a lot more that's willing to take it, willing to make some shit up, throw some dirt on your good name to get what you got. And I always look at, like I said, trying to I have my do's and don'ts, what I'm willing to do and what I'm not willing to do. but I also know that someone is willing to blindside me and take what I've been working on. There's people that's sitting out here waiting to trick you out of your position. And if you're not aware, it's so easy to be tricked out of your position, right? So easy to be tricked out of your position. Shout out to everybody in the chat though. What's your favorite football team? My favorite football teams is the Kansas City Chiefs. What's crazy about the Kansas City Chiefs is our quarterback, which is Patrick Mahomes, the best quarterback in NFL. I don't want to say NFL history. He might be very well in the making. He said he hurt both of his ankle. We do know he won a Super Bowl on one ankle. But you hurt both. I think he's all right though. You know, he's probably gonna sit out a game. I don't know if he's gonna sit out more than a game, but he might sit out a game. I think it's perfect timing though for the injury to his ankle, because it wasn't like it didn't break or nothing, and he'll have time to heal. And it didn't happen in the playoffs. So the rest of the games, they really don't matter that much. I mean, they kind of do, but they kind of don't. In one way, you know, if we continue to win, then we would have like where we wouldn't have to travel. They have to play us at home. We would have a bye week and all that. But when it don't matter is think that's a pretty good example. What is Patrick Mahomes willing to do for success? That he's willing to play on one ankle. He's willing to get out there and leave it all on the field. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys know when Patrick Mahomes started, they used to say the way he throws the ball and all that was completely what they teach against. You know, and turns out now that Patrick Mahomes comes along, there's people practicing this shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so back to what we willing to do for success, man. I'm over here working out all these hours, right? Putting my hold myself to the fire, grinding, and and that's what I'm willing to do, man. Put my best foot forward and uh and try to make shit happen at all times. So anyway, I was working today, right? It was crazy. Uh Ricardo was good in the building. Man, I'm over here just trying to drop some content, kick a little conversation. Hopefully my mic level is good because I am going through a little bit of mountains, but hopefully, you know, we all good. But so I was rolling today, right? On the grind, working these hours. As y'all seen, I don't know if all y'all seen, but went to the movie Sunday with my daughter. We chilled, rocked out. But today, come to work on the grind, late night shift. I'm rolling, and what happens, man? I get pulled over by CHP. So I'm like, oh shit. Like, first of all, let me just tell you, when CHP pull you over and you're in a semi truck, you won't notice at first because they're directly behind your truck, right? And so, Mike is perfect. Thank you. So they're directly behind your truck, so you can't see them until they go from being behind your truck, and they'll go on the side of your truck like a little bit, so you can see, so they can you can be in their mirror, because they right behind you directly. You can't see them. So I thought I seen some lights, and then he poked out on the side so I could see him, and I said, "Oh shit, I'm getting pulled over." So I pulls over. And I'm like, "Here we go. Let's see what. Let's see." I don't know why he's pulling me over at this point. So I'm like, "Let's see." But you know, immediately when you get pulled over by the cops, you going through your whole. I'm not really in my pockets, like, because I know I don't have anything illegal on me, but I'm still going through like, man, do I got this right? Was that what was, through the whole checkpoint in my mind, like, why could he possibly be pulling me over? So anyway, he comes on the passenger side. I roll the window down. He climbs up on the stairs, and so he tells me why he pulled me over. He says my back lights, they all wasn't on. Like the back of the trailer, like the trailer that I'm passing up. Let me slow down so y'all can see his back of his lights real quick. You see the back of his lights in the back of the trailer? Well, he has like a bunch of lights in the back. I'm about to speed up in a second. Let's see if I could just slow down so you can see it. So that's his trailer. You see how he has all those lights on the back of his. All my lights wasn't lit up. So the light on my fucking where it shows my license plate wasn't lit up. Those running lights at the top wasn't lit up. So anyway, he stopped. That's what he says, and then he also says I drifted outside of my lane. Now, as I'm driving, you're gonna see a bunch of trucks do that. Like that constantly happens. Like sometimes the wind blows against the side of the trailer. I mean, this is a big ass truck. Like sometimes the truck um will sometimes drift a little bit over the line. But he says that happened, and that's why he pulls me over. So I'm like, all right. Rule number one, whenever getting pulled over by the cops, is do not try to have court um on the traffic stop. Like you will receive a court date. Going back and forth with him is the wrong time to have court. You know what I'm saying? Because most likely he has made his decision. You know what I'm saying? So you're not really gonna be able to talk him out of that. All you're gonna do is keep talking and make most likely incriminating statements, right? Anytime you're talking to the cops. So I don't say anything. I give him my license. I give him my registration, what he asked for. And he wasn't even doing a thorough stop because he didn't ask about my logs and it's all kind of other shit that they can ask for to check. And he didn't do all that. So I was thankful about that. But so when he leaves with my license and shit, I pretty much know I'm getting some type of citation or a warning or a violation of equipment, something, or all of the above. And he comes back. What do you think he gave me? He gave me the worst possible thing he could give me. He didn't give me no um what do you call it? He didn't give me a warning and he didn't give me no violation like on my equipment, like my lights wasn't working. That would have been the best case scenario. He gives me a fucking citation, a ticket. He doesn't write none of the other shit. Well, he only put one other thing. He only told me one other thing, but he doesn't even put that on the ticket. He just puts I drifted over the lane, over the line. So, um, so he puts that I drifted over the line, and so it was the worst possible outcome, right? So I take the ticket, I sign it, I don't say anything. I say thank you, whatever, have a good day, and I'm on my way. Oh, he also told me to not continue to drive, to pull off on the first exit and try to get my lights working. So what do I do? The first possible exit was I did pull off on the first exit, but it's so dark outside and it was in the middle of nowhere that it wasn't good lighting. And then I'm trying to hold my phone and go look at the fuses because they're underneath the hood. Wasn't nowhere to really prop my phone. So I got back in my truck and I drove like a couple more exits down the road to a casino that was coming up where I could pull in a parking lot under like a little light thing and I could actually see. So I'm checking my fuses, checking my fuses. I find the fuse that popped, right? Put the fuse in there, get the light going, whatever. So now we're back to rolling. So now if you guys have a CDL license, are you a CDL holder? You already I don't know if you do know, you never go in there and just pay the ticket. That is like the second worst possible thing you can do. Right? You go in there like, all right, man, I don't want no problems. I'm gonna just pay the ticket and put this behind me because you did not put this behind me. What you effectively did was screw yourself for the next 3 to 4 years. That's gonna be on your license. Because that's what happens when you get a ticket. It stays on. And so now your personal car insurance, when you need to renew it, they're gonna see you got that ticket, and your car insurance is now going to go up, right? So what's my next step after this? That now that I received that citation, I agree. The people need to learn less and more about what comes laws and yeah. So the next thing I'm gonna do, right, tomorrow is call an attorney, a traffic attorney, right? And so I already know that this traffic citation has cost me money. It's facts. But how much is going to cost me? A little or a lot? Um, Depends on how I go about it. So if I pay the ticket, the fine, it's going to cost me a lot because I'm going to pay this fine, which may only be like $250, something like that. But for the next 3 years, I'm going to be paying a premium on my insurance. And that shit's going to be on my license for like probably 4 years, and that's a long time for it to fall off. Because what if you get another ticket, and you know that it takes too long for them to fall off? So what I'll do is I'll call a traffic attorney, and I don't know if the prices went up because I haven't had to do it in a while, but I will hit the like button when you guys come in. Um, I will retain an attorney. Typically, it's $500. That's how much I paid. The most I ever paid was 700. And but typically I've always paid $500. So it's $500 for this attorney, and this is what you get for having a traffic attorney. You don't have to show up to court, right? He's gonna take care of all of that, and you just waiting for him to call you one day, telling you the results and the final outcome. So I've probably gotten an attorney since I've been driving trucks. To keep it real, maybe about 9 times I've gotten an attorney since I've been driving trucks. Out of those 9 times, 8 times out of the nine, they have gotten the ticket dismissed, meaning it was like it never happened. Not so when they dismiss the ticket, you don't even have to pay a fine for the ticket. Whatever your attorney's fees was, that was it. The ticket is no longer existing. It's not on your driver's license. It's not on your record. Your job don't know about it. The DMV don't know about it. It's like it never happened. Now, um, the one time I paid for the ticket, got an attorney, and he got it reduced to where it was like I still had to pay a small fine, which was like $100, and it got reduced to like a non-moving violation. So it still didn't mess my license up, my car insurance, and none of that shit went up. And so it was all good still. Even though he didn't get it dismissed, he got it reduced to like something that was very, 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 very minor. So that's what I will do tomorrow. I'll be calling an attorney, taking a picture of the ticket, forwarding it over to them, and paying them the $500, retaining their services, and having them address my ticket in court, waiting for the outcome, which will probably be 2 to 3 months from now. Like I won't hear back from them from like 2 to 3 months, because the attorneys, they try several things. One, when you get a citation, that cop is giving you the date that he's wrote all these other citations on, a court date that he's most likely going to be there, because he has all these citations written for people to come to court that day. So one of the first tactics that an attorney normally would do is postpone your court date for a different date that he would have to come in on, right? Not the date that he assigned you. You will generate another court date that he may not be coming to court for a bunch of different tickets. So the chances go up since substantially that he may not make it to that court date, right? I do know that's one of the things they do. And then they just go down a checklist. They try all these little checklists to try to get it dismissed. If you have a cop that's pretty persistent, he's showing up and this and that, then they try to plead the ticket down. Sometimes they talk with the cop and see, you know what I mean? So that's another thing. You don't want to be the guy that went off on the cop, because he might write a little note to himself, like, to make sure he screws you over, right? You pissed him off. So he's making sure he's looking forward to getting you in court. You you don't really stick out to him. You didn't give him no shit. You just took your ticket and got on. When it's time to plead that ticket down, the cop might be a lot more agreeable, because he's still making his quota, so he might be a lot more workable as far as reducing that ticket. But it's several steps that attorney is going to go through, and so you don't have to stop going to work. Most likely, if you're a truck driver, you got the ticket somewhere where you don't live close to. The court's not going to be close to you, and you would end up losing money for the day because you would have to go out your way to go to court, drive out there, and then do all that. So who wants to go through that? Or you could just mail in, call in, and pay the ticket, which you're gonna get screwed on your insurance. So I suggest always just take that loss. All right, you got me for the 500 right off the rip, and bite the bullet, pay that, get the attorney working on it, and then you just wait for the phone call one day and hear how it's been resolved. So far, I've always been happy. The money's been well spent. Remember, out of 9 times, 8 of those tickets got dismissed. One ticket got pled down to something really, really minor. So always just get your attorney though, especially if you have a CDLs. Now, if you don't have a CDLs and you have a regular car, like a regular license, then you still want to make sure that you try some of those other things. Try to see if you can postpone the court date, a date where you know the cop is not going to just be there. Also, you know, worst case scenario, if you are going to um, want to just pay the fine and get it over with, you need to ask for traffic school because that's another way. Well, it'll make that ticket where it won't be a point on your license, so your insurance and shit don't go up and all that for the next 3 years. I don't think we can do traffic schools if you get the a citation while you're driving the truck. I think you can only do that in your personal vehicle. Me, right off the back, I haven't got a ticket in some years now. But like I said, throughout my country, not my country, throughout my time driving a semi truck, I always got an attorney, which has been about 9 times during my career of driving trucks, and it's always been a favorable outcome. So that's what I plan on doing tomorrow. No panic. I already know what to do. Get an attorney on the line and have them take care of it. Um, like there's an attorney that I specifically work with, but there's times I get it in a different state, right, where that attorney may not work, and I just go online, look for other attorneys, and check their reviews. Like I see the reviews, like man, he got my shit dismissed. Man, he got my shit they got a lot of great reviews. I select that attorney, make a deal with them, and get them on the case. But anyway, that's all part of being successful, man. Because like I'm out here working, taking care of my business, and I'm thinking when the cop gave me the ticket, since it's so close to Christmas time, that maybe he's like, I'll give him out of one being the least harmful thing I can punishment I can pose on him, and 10 being the worst. Maybe I'll give him like a 2, a 3, a 4. No, he deploys a level 10 shit sandwich, right? And I just had to accept it and move on. Because, like I said, the worst thing you can do is go back and forth with the cop on the side of the road, man. Just get that ticket and keep moving. You know what I'm saying? And then you deal with it later on at the courthouse. And so that's pretty much where I'm at. And but like I said, man, things that people are willing to do for success, man. You know, you got to be careful because there's some people out here that's willing to do a bunch of things that most people will find deplorable just to achieve success. And because they always say money is the root of all evil. But I don't think money is the root of all evil. It's the love of money. It's what you are willing to do. How many people are you willing to step on to get to the top? How many people are you willing to throw under the bus to get to the top? You know what I'm saying? I don't step I try not to step on anyone or throw anyone under the bus. I try to just walk my path, stay focused on my path, and don't make excuses, bro. Like right now, I got a ticket. I still have to be focused and stay driven and say, man, this is just the cost of doing business in my profession. And luckily, I am, I practice good management skills. So the little 500 that I'm at to part with is not going to impede on any of my Christmas plans, anything like that. So, but yeah, man, this is the cost of doing business. And like I said, man, there are people that are willing to throw you under the bus to be successful, to shit on your good name, just to get a couple coins. They don't care how that's gonna affect you or your household. They will make some shit up. They will sue you over some bogus shit. Um, you know, it's like in America, it's like anywhere else. It's the haves and the have-nots. Like typically in the third world countries, it's the have and the have-nots. In America, it's more like the upper class and the lower class, because we do have shit in place to where even if you are considered lower class, the government will give you some type of aid and assistance. And in some other countries that don't exist. So then you become the have and the have nots. In the States, it's like upper class and the lower class. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if the middle class is really a thing. You know what I'm saying? They are slowly wiping out the middle class, and it's going to be either you on the lower class or you the upper class. The middle class barely exists. So that's why I say, man, the things that I'm willing to do for success, man, is cut friends off that are not walking and heading in the same direction. You know what I'm saying? I'm willing to travel alone. You know what I'm saying? I'm willing to believe in myself when no one else believes. You know what I'm saying? I'm willing to make, you know, choose a destination I'm trying to get to and make that my focal point and not get easily distracted. And there's people that's willing to do far most. I heard this thing with 50 Cent, right? He said he asked one of the young bulls, I forgot the cat's name, and he said, "Do you wear your jewelry everywhere you go?" And the younger cat was like, "Yeah, I wear it. I dare a nigga to try to, take my jewelry." And he says, when he's talking to this cat, he just realizes that um this dude is not aware is that there's another dude that exists just like him that don't have a number one album, that don't have a hit, right? And just how you thinking you ready to get busy to keep it, there's another dude that's ready to get busy to take it. And that's when I heard that, that was like pretty profound to me. Like, as much as you think I wish somebody would try to remove this chain off my neck, there's somebody that's saying I'm willing to get busy to take that chain from around your neck. And that's why I think rich people or wealthy people don't wear jewelry. They don't really wear all that shit because they know they're like a walking billboard for somebody to try some shit with you, right? And as crazy as you think you is, there's somebody just as crazy that need that chain, that want that chain, that's down on their luck. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so that's why I said, man, just think about it. As much as you willing to give and do to be successful in the right way, there's someone that's willing to throw you to the lion's den for success. You know what I mean? That's a double-sided coin. And so if I was you, I put that money in some type of investments. I don't know if you guys been watching the stock market. Oh my goodness. I just lost some money today, but I made $1,000 literally today. Tesla has been performing crazy. I made over $1,000, but I'm just rounding it down because Tesla in itself went up out of my portfolio. It went up $1,000, right? And I had some other investments that went up combined, maybe like another 275. You know what I'm saying? So I cannot believe how well the stock market is performing. And the only thing is that Donald Trump has become the new electee. That's the only new shit that I know that has changed. I mean, the stock, if you guys are invested in any type of stocks, you would know. Like, I don't think there's nobody there's very few down stocks right now. And the stocks that have went up substantial. We are definitely in a bull cycle. You know what I'm saying? And if you had enough money invested while you were down, these are the type of cycles that can generate the next the next group of potential millionaires to come. If you had enough, if you bought enough while it was down, you know what I'm saying? Like these are the cycles, and these are the runs that people are looking for. It says it will pop. It definitely might pop. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, but it doesn't right now. It's whatever you have will be an unrealized gain. Just how you have unrealized losses. And I'm not for sure if you guys are familiar with those terms. Unrealized gain means it's a gain, but it's unrealized because you haven't sold it. You know what I'm saying? It becomes realized once you sell it because it's a for sure gain. Because the market can go up and down. And that's why they call it an unrealized loss. Because if your stocks are down, it's an unrealized loss because it is down, but you still own the same amount of stocks and they're subject to go back up. That's why they call it unrealized or realized. It becomes a realized gain whenever you sell it and you take the money. And it becomes a realized loss whenever you sell it and you officially lose the money. You sold it at a loss. That's when they become realized. As right now, they are unrealized gains and unrealized losses. Um, I like the market has performed so crazy that I honestly been thinking about liquidating all my stocks and my assets that's in the stock market and waiting for the market to go down. And then taking that big chunk of money I made and then investing it when it went down. You know what I'm saying? Selling the upswing, buy back in on the downswing. But the problem with that strategy, because you have day traders probably in the building and swing traders. So they got day traders, they got swing traders, and they got a thing called long-term investors. I'm more of a long-term investor. I will buy stock and sit on it for years and let it do its thing, go up, down, up, down, up, down. But sometimes when it spikes really, really high for no reason, I will sell some of my positions. And then I know that at some point they're going to go down. They may not go all the way down where they was, but they'll go down some. And then I will buy back in and try to go on that run multiple times. But yeah, man. So the stock market is man, like I can't believe how much money I've made since Donald Trump just basically became elected. Like it's just really mind-boggling. And like I'll be trying to show you guys some stuff, but I know it's not that wise to show too much stuff online. But I'll just try to show you guys some. I think I have showed you guys some of my stock portfolio before. Just because I'll be wanting you brothers to get in. Don't wait until. Okay, I'm gonna tell you the advantages of getting stocks. By the way, if you want, okay, if Warren Buffett is all his stocks holding it, it's a signal, but it's dumping. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's what I'm really thinking about dumping my shit. But nobody knows where the top is, and no one knows where the bottom is. I thought about liquidating my portfolio last week, which was Friday. I think it was either Thursday or Friday when I thought about it. Since then, I've made another couple $1,000s. You know what I'm saying? So if it was Thursday, I probably made 1,000 Friday, and I made a little over 1,000 today. So you never know where the uptick is and where the bottom swing is. So that's one thing I like about being a long-term holder because you don't inquire all these what do you call them? These tax events where because now that you sell your position, uh, have uh you have now activated a tax event where you're gonna have to pay taxes on that money. And like I said, if you don't hold these stocks or these positions for a year, you will pay a 30, I think it might even be 35%. It's either 30 or 35% capital gains tax. That's what it's called. Now, if you hold on to that position for at least a year, you will only pay a 10% capital gains tax, which is far less. That's a lot less. You get to keep a lot more of the money that you made. So I did act so far already have for this year have triggered a tax event because I did liquidate some of my portfolio. It was about 10 grand worth of stocks that I sold, that I dumped. It's very a small percentage of my portfolio, but nevertheless, I still have generated a tax event. But I've held that position for over a year. You know what I'm saying? So I would only have to pay 10% on that. Long-term holders do not care if it goes up or down. Yeah, that's true. That's what I said. When it goes up and down, well, I'm gonna say this: we care, but we don't care. Meaning, we don't really care what it does week to week, month by month. Um, but when it does go down, like the stocks we're invested in, not anything because anything's wrong going with the company. The company's still a solid company. We look at that as an opportunity to buy more of them stocks at a discount, right? Um, and if I think if it spikes, some long term some long term holders don't care. They won't sell their shit at all. I'm almost there, but when I get like real flux of large income, like a large upswing, like an abnormal upswing, sometimes I will sell my shit and wait for it to come down and buy back in. But let me tell you, I have done that and it has worked, and I have done that and it has also backfired. When I sold it, we're like, God damn, this shit just went up. I made 5 grand in like one day, and I need to sell this shit because I'm waiting for it to, you know what I'm saying? And then sold it, and then it didn't go down. It just continued to go up and up and up and up. And then, every time it kept going up, I kept saying, "Ah, it's gonna come back down. It's gonna come back down," and it never went back down. And I'll tell you the stock that happened to me on. I bought in at Tesla when Tesla was very cheap, and when it went on its run, I made a few $1,000s, and then I sold it, and then it like kept going up. And I was like, eventually to come down, and then it became like I was like, I'm definitely not buying in. It's too high. From where I bought in at 100 a share before the stock split, and now this shit is up to like $700-800 a share. Like I'm definitely not buying no shit that high. So what happened was they did the stock split. It went up that high, and I ended up buying back in at 100. But at the stock split, so I didn't, and I ended up loading up and all that. But so now that Tesla's on the rise again, I'm like, is it gonna go up again? Were they gonna have to do another stock split? I don't know. But anyway, this time I haven't sold my position. I've been tempted to sell it because it's went up a crazy amount. Because Tesla was basically at like $200 a share, I think, two something. It's over $400 a share right now in this short amount of time since the time that um, Donald Trump was elected for president. It then went to over. If I wasn't alive, I would go look at it real quick and tell you guys. But I know it's over $400 a share. It's four something. Could be 404. Could be four. I don't know what it is exactly, but I'll have to look at it again. But it's four something. That is a huge upswing. You know what I'm saying? So we're looking for these type of opportunities. I had other stocks out of my whole stock portfolio. I think I own about 10 stocks. Only two of them are in the red. So that means eight of my shit are in the green. When I say in the green, large green means like on the money side of things. Largely in the green. And the red, I probably got like $1,000 combined between two different stocks. They're in the red and combine them together, it's $1,000 loss. Um, so yeah, man. Make sure you guys grab you some investments, and let me tell you the plus sides of doing this, because that's why I wanted to get on. What are we willing to do to be successful? Are you willing to invest in yourself, invest into your future, and because this is a thing that trips me out about people. The people that are saying, first of all, people be so emotionally attached to their money. That's why it's hard for people to make money because this is what they do. They go trade their time in for money. When we all know it's only so much hours you can work in a day. It's only so much overtime you can do. You find yourself trading your time in for money, right? But what you need to do is stop trading your time in for money and invest in yourself, right? And start creating a portfolio. But people be so emotionally attached to their money, like they be afraid of going broke. But I'll be like, wake up, dude. You already broke. You already live paycheck to paycheck. How the fuck you afraid to go broke? You already broke. Be more afraid to stay broke. And you gonna stay broke if the way you make money is trading in your time for money, right? You're gonna stay broke doing that. So I think Tesla's down once EVs come. We'll see. But you gotta think Tesla, they don't just do the cars. I mean, like it's bigger than that. They got other shit coming though. But so what I want to say is be afraid of staying broke. Don't be afraid of going broke. Because people be so mostly attached to their money when they invested in anything and they go, we all know, I don't care what you buy typically, any business you start, you're going to start off in the red. Soon as you start getting into it, you're going to go in the red, right? And then it's going to take a little time and then you're going to slowly work your way to the green. People be afraid of that initial downswing. You know what I'm saying? But they'll go buy a fucking brand new car, and as soon as they drive it off the car lot, it's in the red. They won't be afraid to go buy a brand new car and be directly in the red with no chances of going into the green with that purchase. Zero chances of going into the green with that purchase. But when it comes to buying an asset, they afraid of the cost of doing business, the losses we must take to get to these gains, the taxes we must pay to be able to be in the game to get these gains. Don't be afraid of that, man. You know what I'm saying? That's part of the game. It's in the rules. Every time you get paid, the government gets paid. It's just how the shit is set up. So anyway, now if some of these brothers would have had some of they money invested in these stocks, depending on how much and what you invested in and how much of you buy, you could be sitting on you doubled your money, you tripled your money. I mean, like, bro, the stock market has been doing some of them crypto type numbers. Not exactly because crypto do some 10x. I mean, or more. You feel me? I mean, but the stock market been doing something, moving something like crypto, where it's just these substantial upswings. I'm riding that wave right now. Um, and so I just want to convince you brothers to. And now I talked to a friend, right? You know what he told me? Oh man, I want to get in, but I'm afraid to get in now because the market has went so high. Like I might be buying at the top, and you might be buying at the top. That's why I always say just dollar cost average in. Every time you get paid, put 50, 75, 100, whatever your um finances allow you to do, dollar cost average in. Put 50, 75, 100, whatever that is, every time you get paid, put it to that investment account and let it do its work. Um, 463. Are you talking about Tesla? It's up 463 right now? Because it might have did some numbers after hours too, because the market is from 7 to 1, but then they also have the after market hours and shit. And so we're to trade in that, you pretty much have to have like your account has to be set up where you can do options, where you're trading options is how you are able to trade after hours. And to be able to trade options, you have to have um uh, is it $20,000? I can't remember if it's 20 or 40. Um 20 or $40,000 in your account to be able to start trading. I think it's 20. You need to be able to you have to have $20,000 to start being able to trade options. It's either 20 or 40. I'm unclear on that. It's fuzzy in my brain because I've been trading trading for a while now. So some of this stuff I did a long time ago. But yeah, so you have to be able to have your account set up like that. Yep. Okay, well shit is that mean I done made more money than I realized because I don't think it was 463 by the time the market closed. So it's went up since then and I ain't looked at it. But that's my point, man. And like somebody always says, like, whoa, why don't you buy some more property? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? And I say managing property is a when you buy a property, you have definitely bought an investment. It's a part of your portfolio, but it is something that requires work, man. Like houses just don't be there. Nothing just because it's not a car, still stuff goes wrong in the houses. You still have to fuck insurance on the home, any fucking repairs. The water heater went out. You might have to get the roof done. It's starting to leak. I mean, and them roof getting the roof redone is a grip. That shit is about the last time I checked was like 25,000 dollars, something crazy like that to get a new roof done on your shit. So, um, yeah, so like those what you kicking out can be pretty substantial as well. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Now, the upside to the stocks is I don't incur anything. I don't have to worry about dealing with no tenants, them tearing up the property, trying to evict them and get them out because they ain't been paying their rent or whatever the case is. I don't have to worry about getting calls. This need to be fixed. That need to be fixed. I don't got to deal with no property manager. I don't have to deal with none of that shit. All I got to do is buy the stock and let it sit and do what it's going to do. And there's other people, executives and people that are working that company to get that company to be and stay successful. All I'm doing is I'm a partnership in that company. I own a very small piece of this company. And that's how you buy stocks. You buy stocks with the mindset of I am going to earn a small piece of this company. You don't buy the stocks with like looking at it like based upon some numbers it did real quick one day, right? It's not a lottery ticket. You buy good companies that got great potentials. Some of these shits might be new and up and coming shit that hits the ground too. You know what I mean? Because I did think about invest that's not publicly traded. I would just kind of work on the stuff I got. I don't constantly look for new companies to invest in. I just look for more buying opportunities in the companies that I'm already invested in. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. So man, I'm thinking in a way, sometimes buying a stock is a lot easier than buying a property that you have to physically maintenance. You know, you have to do shit to maintain and all this. Sometimes it's just a lot easier. Like I'll be asleep when that stock is making money. Might be eating. I might be in the shower. I might be at my original job. Typically, I'm not at my original job because I've been working so late. So that by then the market is closed. But you get my point, man. So investing and then the compounding of, the money being made is crazy, man. Like so, I say start sooner because what do people always say? Man, I don't know if the market is too high. Look at the popos rolling up. That's how they got me. Just rolled up. Next thing you know, they lights and shit was going on. But so my point is, everybody used to say back in the day, oh, I don't know if it's a buying or selling market when it came to buying a house. If you would have bought a house 10 years ago, I don't give a fuck what the house was listed at. And currently today, you up. Over time, things go up in value. You just, especially if like a house, you know, but you do want to do your research when you buy homes. Think about the area you're gonna put it in, that you're gonna buy the home in, and it don't necessarily have to be in a great neighborhood to make money either. You know what I'm saying? Because you could get lucky. You could buy a home somewhere to where now they want to build something there, and now they're willing to cash you out, top dollar, because they need that space, and you are located in a space. or you might right where you bought the home, they might start building up in that area, developing in that area. It may you might stay like in a more rural type area, and then they start building up. What's that gonna do? Make the property of your make the equity in your home go up. You know what I'm saying? Because your property is gonna be worth more since people start building up more around it, right? As it becomes more of a desirable place to live. You know what I'm saying? And now they got jobs they building around those homes as well. You know what I'm saying? So we just have to look at the market as the market. It doesn't know what race you are. It doesn't know if you skinny, fat. It doesn't know if you smart and unintelligent. It doesn't know who you are. It don't work off luck. It works off numbers. What they say, the numbers never lie. And the storyline of that company. If that company's doing well, you would do well, right? And so you always want to know the storyline of your company and what you're getting into. But I would say right now, man, if you ain't got enough, most people don't have enough money to buy a home. Right now, if you want to buy a home in California, you need at least $20,000 minimum, 20 grand to be able to put down, right? For these homes, because you need typically like 10%, right? Of the cost of the home. You're gonna need at least like 20 grand um to be able to shop for a house, right? Everybody don't got $20,000 laying around. Right? It'd be hard for them. But what you might have is a couple $1,000s laying around that you can invest in some stocks and try to grow that into 20,000 to where now once you made your 20,000 in stocks, you can now decide, do you want to now in return try to purchase a home, or do you want to now in return continue to invest in the stock market? One of them is an investment on paper, right? Of a physical location that actually exists. And another one is a physical location that you actually control solely by yourself. And it's up for you to solely run it, maintain it, and everything else. So, yeah, man, the things people are willing to do for success and the things that they need to be successful, like, you know, um, spending, investing in a future, they will spend more time investing and looking like they got money to pull women out here in the States, which is definitely going to keep you broke. You know what I'm saying? Because anytime you live in paycheck to paycheck, which the average American does, right? Um, that means you essentially, even if you have nice stuff and all that, you are essentially broke. Meaning, if that next check don't come in, you in a bad situation, you broke. I don't give a fuck if you got a good job. If you got just as much going out as you got coming in, you are broke. So what y'all need to do is start working on your credit. It don't cost money. Well, it don't cost a lot of money to start working on your credit. In some cases, none. Because some cases people don't just haven't used their credit. That's why they don't have good credit. So in that case, it's not going to cost you money to get your credit going. But if you have bad credit, it might cost you a little bit because you might have to get with one of these credit repair places like Lexington Law and have them start working on your credit. That is investing in your future. Fuck that little $100. Shit. Stop smoking so much weed. Stop buying so many pack of cigarettes. Cut something out so you can cut something that's beneficial into your future in. Right? And then while you working on your credit, whether it's costing you money or it's not costing you money, um, let's start just go open you up a brokerage account. Like they got all kind of accounts. They got E-Trade. You can use Robinhood. You can use crypto.com. You can use there's just all kind of brokers account that you can open up and just start paying yourself. You pay taxes, you pay everyone else, pay yourself before you pay everyone else. I don't give a fuck if it's just like I said, as little as $50 a check. Start small, and then as that money starts to grow into a pile of cash, you will get more determined to put more money in there. You're gonna say, fuck $50. I need to bump it to 100. 100 each check is going in there. And some guys they get more aggressive. 150, 200, 300. Depends on what you got going because I know some dudes too, they'll have like a bunch of money under their mattress. Let me tell you what happens when you have money put up somewhere in the house. I guess it could be looked at as a good thing. It depends on the way you look at it, but overall it's gonna be a bad thing. Let me tell you why. You have some money tucked away somewhere hidden in the house or wherever. It's not invested in nothing. What does that mean? That means you are losing money. Why? Because the prices of goods are going up. It's basically because inflation, but I'm going to explain to you basically what inflation is. You should already know. But the prices of goods are going up, but your pay and your money is staying the same. That means you are taking a pay cut. So if that money is not working that you got hid in the mattress somewhere, like just say for example, you got $10,000 hid in your house somewhere, and you saving it in a couple years, probably not even in a couple years, in a year, but just say in a couple years from now, that $10,000 is not going to be worth $10,000. It's not going to be um, able to buy what it used to can buy. I mean, since then, since 2 years ago, since you didn't had this 10,000 sitting up underneath this mattress, a bag of chips has went up, a soda went from $2 to $3, from 3 to 4, the same size soda. Everything has went up. The prices of vehicles have went up. The prices of gasoline has went up. The prices of haircuts have went up. That means you have been taking a pay cut because you haven't had your money in some type of money market account where it's making money and it's at least keeping up with inflation. So it would always, that 10,000 at the minimum would always be able to buy $10,000 worth of shit. Not your $10,000 is really worth 7,000 now due to inflation. That's exactly how inflation works. And typically, how you experience inflation is the government printing money. They print money, money, money. Abuse of printing money. That was a country that had money due to that oil rush, but they never diversified and figured out other ways to bring in money or make their country, or to continue to work on their infrastructure. You know what I mean? So they kind of just depended on oil money, and then that's how they really took a fall. And now Venezuela, that shit is worthless. That current you could have a stack, which might be a stack of money that might be about $50,000. Like how you stack the money up, and then once you stack the money up, like $50,000, that shit might only be worth like 100, $200. Like that's how devalued their currency is. Like to where they don't even really like to use that currency. They pay people on cards because you have to walk around with backpacks full of money, and it's only like not that much money, and it's a backpack full. You know what I'm saying? That's how much it's been devalued. And to the point they started like, fuck it, we're gonna use the American currency. You know what I'm saying? It's sad what happened to Venezuela though. You know what I'm saying? Like that can very much happen to the United States if we continue to print and print and print money. And so that's why when I see people at the stores and they like want me to sign a petition to get money out the government, I'm always leery to do that because I'm like, first of all, before I used to sign like, yeah, I don't care, I'll sign your little position up here. I'm like, fuck no. I want to know what you trying to get me to sign because the taxpayers have to pay for that shit. And whatever you got, it may not what you want me to sign to me may not be important. I'm not trying to get the government to keep funding shit. That means they gonna keep raising my taxes. The government don't make money. They make money off the working class people. They print money, right? They print the money, but the working class taxpayers, citizens have to pay that debt off. You talking about hyperinflation. Yep, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Tony Hernandez. So, um, and that stuff happens, right? Right? And we're like, really like that's why I think people want Trump in like a lot of the Democratic presidents have allowed due to them wanting to tax these businesses so crazy have driven they drive more and more business away where they're like, yo, I'm just go do a business in another country, open my shit up out there, and then it goes round and round. No matter what, the citizens get fucked because then they're gonna have a to America. We're just gonna put a tax on. I mean, to get it at that cheaper price because they went to another country. Put a tax on that shit that they're gonna have to pay the government a higher tax on it um, to convince them to bring their business back. So then it just ends up costing you know, the citizens of the United States more and more money. They get into these little wars. I've slowly been drifting further and further away from Democrats because I've always told, like, if you're a person of color, we vote Democrat, right? But the more I look at the Democratic Party, they just like to give away free money. Somebody got to pay for that. Like, I'm like, fuck all that, man. Like, some of these programs don't need to be in existence. Some of these people that are on some type of aid assistance, they need to get off. If they don't got no type of disability, they need to get a motherfucking job and start putting into the pot. I mean, because we got so many people like, and the government do that for two reasons why they do it, in my opinion. It's to enslave a group of people. I don't know if can you use that word? Enslave your mind, enslave you, right? Because if like if you're trying to get this free money from the government and it's very little, right? Just enough to scrape by, you one person that's not gonna be up here buying up precious assets, land, property. You're not gonna be a person doing that because to get this free money from the government, they got it to where you can't make too much or they're going to cut it off. So what are you going to do? You're going to try to stay at the level that the government determined you should be at, right? So they took you out of the race of entrepreneurship and trying to get to the next level. You said, "Nah, that's going to mess up my free check." Right? I believe they do that, right? It's like building a trap door. You know what I'm saying? To take a lot of people out of the race. Um Also, when people get on this system, right, that that technically really don't need to be on it, because I know a lot of people. I've even had conversations with females, and they typically get upset with me when I have this conversation with them. That's why I don't like talking politics and too much stuff like that. But we just talking about what are you willing to do to be successful or not. Are you willing to walk away from a free check? Saying like, nah, that's gonna enslave me. That's gonna say it's gonna limit me. It's gonna say I can only make a certain amount of money to where I could never be a homeowner. I could never have assets and stuff because they want to know all that. You got to disclose all that. And if you got all that, you getting kicked off. They say you can afford that. You don't. So my whole point is, and then another thing, it fucks it up for the dude that's out here really working, applying himself. His taxes is constantly being raised because there's somebody out here that's able but not willing to get out here and make a living. They just sitting around chilling all day, waiting for that check to come in. So it's a vicious cycle. And I promote the government instead of giving out free money, create more opportunities for people. You know what I mean? Because it's only gonna get harder the more this technology stuff is coming along. That the technology is constantly replacing you. Like in a minute, I gotta figure out something because they already got vehicles that can drive themselves. In a minute, my profession won't exist. You think they gonna need me driving this truck somewhere? They already got vehicles that can drive themselves. They just haven't perfected it enough to make all the trucks and all this stuff autonomous. But they already have the capability and it's already in the works. You know what I'm saying? It just haven't been perfected and refined enough for it to be. They working the kinks out right now. You know what I'm saying? They're working the kinks out with these these smart vehicles with these smart cars, So what is it? Who was that? Jay Now, good content and legit game to the channel and that. Okay, for sure. I appreciate that. Um, so yeah, so we gotta wake up, people, man. We are sitting here watching as jobs are being eradicated, right? Think about it. Now they had to find a way to perfect this. Let me tell you. Hopefully y'all can still hear my audio. It might mess up temporarily. Let me let him know he could go real quick. Ah man. Come on, bro. You slowing me down. Um, so hold on 1 second, you guys. I was on the road. This truck slowed me up. He just slowed down my momentum, and now he's got my truck beeping, making all that noise. I gotta wait till he get over, man. All right, so the problem that we having is these jobs are being eradicated, and they have us distracted by the war in Ukraine, um, the Jay Z situation, the Puff Daddy situation. Why jobs is constantly being eradicated and technology is constantly replacing you. Look, if you go into the grocery store, all they need is to refine these things. They already got it in place. They are working on refining it though. It's not, think about it, when they first had the self checkout, right? They still have the self checkout. People was stealing shit. They wasn't scanning all this shit, and so they had to work out the kink. Now what they do? Out of this part in Walmart where it's self checkout, it's like one or two people working 12 registers. Like when I say working them, watching you, making sure that you scanning them, and they get one checking your receipt as you walk out, right? Lowering the chances of you stealing something. But check this out. We just said 12 registers. They got three people, right? Instead of it taking 12 people to work those 12 registers, they got three people working those 12 registers. They got two people watching you and one person at the door checking your receipt, right? So out of 12, that's nine people. That's nine registers that they got working for free. They only got to pay three people, and there's nine other registers is just working themselves. That nine other people would have worked, and they would have had to pay. And so that type of stuff constantly going on. So if you think, and check this out, the people that do get um, free money from the government, right, or unlegitimate money from the government, do you think that's gonna help them out? Let me tell you why it's not gonna help them out. And salute to everybody in the chat. Thanks for hitting that like button. The reason why getting money that you scammed the government out of, and really, did you scam the government? That's why I be frustrated about it. No, you didn't scam the government. You scammed the American working class citizen. Because remember, whatever debt the government incurs, us the people, we the people have to pay that debt back. So you basically stealing from yourself or from the rest of the people that's contributing to that pot, right? So when we are doing that, the people that do come up and, however, I'm not gonna name ways that they've done it. We all know, and we know people that have done it, that have just in recent times with all this crazy stuff going in the world, people getting this money, right? Um, what happened when they got all that money? Did any, only a few, and some of them went way, they ain't wasn't working or ain't had shit, went up and went and bought some shit that was way too crazy and got put on the government's radar. But for the most part, all those people went and did and went and blew that money. They lived like they was rich or like they was balling until the money ran out, and now they back broke. All those people that during the what do you call it, through that pandemic, I'll just say it like that, when we was going through that pandemic and people was getting that bread, I know people personally that was like that might have benefited off of that. Let's just say ain't none of them people successful. Ain't none of them people got no money right now. If they was broke before they started, they went through that period of time and now they are back broke because one thing that never changed was their mindset. They still have a broke mindset. So they had a temporary window where they lived a life that they wish that they could live every day, but it was temporary because they have a broke mindset. So um, now none of them thought like, you know what, I'm risking my freedom to get this money. Let me actually flip this money, invest it, triple it, quadruple it. You know, let me really. This is my one opportunity, like to really, you know, make something happen, to acquire assets and something and work this into some legitimate money. You think they did that? Fuck no. They went and tricked all that money off. And I'm gonna tell you guys a story. I'm not gonna never name names. Just say this cat I know. He got this money from, the pandemic times. It was a large sum, right? Um, and I mean, this guy. I mean, I wasn't hating or nothing, but like he was living the life. Just say he was living the life. Got a nice whip, um, and he was living his life, man. He had all these women smiling in his face, right? Uh, for sure, straight job. You got to change your mindset. So he had all these women, right, that was entertaining him, that he didn't earn. None of them women stuck around. I even heard him talking to them like, "Man, I treated you good. Like, damn, why you acting funny? Like, she looking like you ran out of money. Party over. She out of there. Party is over. You out of money. She was kicking it with you because you was spending dough on her. You was breaking more dough than the average dude would break. Like a dude like with me that got a good job couldn't even keep up at the time because I'm not gonna blow through my money like that I've been working hard for one. So when you over here blowing through your dough is nothing to you because you didn't earn it. And that's what they say, man. A fool and his money will soon depart. If you ain't earn it, you're not gonna appreciate what it took to get that amount of money. So you're gonna blow through it. You know what they say? You could take the homie out the hood, but you can't take the hood out the homeboy. You know what I'm saying? You could take somebody from poverty, but somebody that has a poverty-stricken mindset will always be in poverty, no matter what neighborhood they live in. They could live in a nice neighborhood. You could put them in a nice neighborhood, and they'll just be broke in that neighborhood. It don't matter because they mindsets, right? And so, I'd rather experience more than money. Any thoughts? Wait, I'd rather experience more than money. Any thoughts? Yeah, he should have went to the zoo. Absolutely, they would have held on to that money a lot longer. You trying to impress these American chicks? You really gonna have to run through a bag. You could have went to the zoo and just lived like a king for some years. All right, but I'd rather experience more than money. Any thoughts? I mean, man, good health. Health is wealth. Mayweather talks about it all the time. Shit. I don't give a fuck how much money you got. If you wake up every day and you're not feeling well, that's why you see your boy. I do some of my gym videos. I don't know how much you guys like them, but sometimes I'll come to you guys live with them in the gym because I really do believe your rawest form of wealth is your health. You know what I'm saying? Because those are the building blocks. Without your health, you can't do anything. You know what I'm saying? And then also, I would say, which is a rich experience is if you have a family, like people around you that actually care about you and you care about them. You know what I'm saying? Your family's okay, y'all happy. I mean, and that will in itself create a rich experience. Because let me tell you what happens to a lot of dudes too. I don't want to sound like I'm preaching, but maybe I kind of am. They might have a woman that really they met, got they back. They may have had kids by this woman, right? They might have even married this woman, wherever line you fall in. But then early on, they was cheating on this woman. The things that they did to get this woman, they didn't do to keep this woman. They did not maintenance their relationship. Like you got to maintenance a vehicle. Remember we talked about the houses. You got to put money into those homes. They don't just stay. You have to maintenance your relationship. They stop taking her out on dates. They stop courting her. You know, they start getting comfortable. They might not even keep their appearance up all that great no more. They already, when people get in relationships, they typically get real comfortable. And and now when this woman really loves you and has your back, you constantly test the very fabric of your relationship, right? And then by the time where it takes you to realize, like, yo, I had a good woman, she's typically gone, tired of your shit. She don't believe in you no more, and all of that. And now you like, damn, if I would have just, because you didn't see the value in that until you got left her and you found some other chick, and it could be vice versa. The women too have done it or do it, but now you thinking the grass is greener on the other side, and now when you're not just sneaking off, realizing that was fun, now you stuck on the other side. You like, this is like eating Lunchables all day. Like sometimes I want to throw some shit in the microwave and just have instant gratification, but there's sometimes I want to use the stove and the oven and have a real home cooked meal. Now the reason why I don't appreciate the stove and the oven so much because I got this microwave right here. But what if I was forced to have all my meals out of the microwave? The microwave would kind of suck. It's only a nice thing to have when I combined it with the other things I have, the other options I have, right? And then the stove and oven kind of suck too, because sometimes I just want to throw some shit in the microwave real quick. I don't want to have to cook a bunch of shit. And it's taking a long time. So yeah, mental health and physical health are really important. I would say they're the most important. You know what I'm saying? You like a lot of people that you see that are mentally challenged. Some of that shit could be hereditary, but we all know a lot of that stems from the abuse of drugs that trigger that. And so that's why I always say, man, your body is your temple. Be careful what you put in it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be careful what you putting in your body, man. Like I don't let nobody just offer me no shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, and that's why like there was a dude. I'm not gonna mention this dude's name, but he said we wasn't getting along, and he said, "Well, you buy me a drink." Like, well, I said, "No, I ain't buying you shit because, like I said, if I don't like someone, I don't pretend to." Then he said, "Well, I'll buy you a drink." I'm like, "Nigga, you won't buy me shit, nigga, because um, this is a thing." I'm not saying that it can happen like this. This is like far fetched, but like nigga had me a drink, he might have threw something in it before he gave it to me. Once I classify you as like, friend or foe, if you foe, I ain't accepting nothing you got. I'm good on that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know your true intentions behind anything you do now. You know what I'm saying? If you straddle the fence like you could be a foe, I'm not sure if you friend or foe. I'm just gonna push you to the other side, just so I'm clear in my mind where we stand. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to have to play the guessing game with you if we cool or not. And that's just how I like to go about my day to day. Because I don't have all day to try to figure out what's good with you. I got other problems to solve in my brain. There's a universal law called the law of, what does that say? Of accumulation, where I learned that everything you put into your body counts. Yeah, man, because um, think about this. If you had one car and it had to last you a lifetime, you would treat that thing real good. Like if you could never buy another car, you get one car, and that's the only car you got for the rest of your life. Imagine how good you would treat that car, how much you would baby it. You wouldn't race it down the street, you wouldn't dog it out. You probably park it in the garage. You'd be doing all the maintenance on time and everything, right? That's how your body is. You only get assigned one body, and it gotta last you a lifetime. And people will run their body through the mud. And I want to say this for those that think like, because I used to think like this. That's what I'm saying. Like, if in the Bible it says God knows the beginning and the end, the beginning and end is already written. So he already knows the day I was going to be born and the day that I will be leaving this place, right? So maybe I can't extend my life, but we have not talked about what's really important, not necessarily me extending my life, the quality of life that I have while I am here. Like fuck, do you that's like fuck like you thinking like, okay, I know a lot of people that eat healthy and then they still transition from here. I mean, cuz everybody's going to make that transition, bro. But think about the people that ate well and stuff like why they were here, did they body treat them kind? You know what I'm saying? Like, don't brush your teeth for a long time. See what happens. You know what I'm saying? You be somebody running around with no teeth, or your teeth be giving you problems. You know what I'm saying? Like don't create a scenario where your body starts to betray you, and you become a prisoner inside this body to where you like, man, I can't wait to transition because I am being tortured here on this planet because my body has betrayed me. Typically, you have betrayed your body first, and it's only reacting to the betrayal that you have uh, cast upon yourself, right? So I hope I'm not preaching too much, but there's a okay, yeah, I read that one. Yeah, so yeah, so like long story short, man, don't forget to tell the people you love them, you care about them, why they here, if you really do. All right? If you lose some money, don't dwell on it and lose no sleep over it. Learn a lesson from it. You know what I'm saying? I learned a lesson from getting that ticket tonight. You know what I'm saying? I ain't dwelling on it. I kind of talked about it lightly with you guys just to be informative, but I ain't lost no sleep. I just look at it as the cost of doing business, and you got to be more careful. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for hitting up. You guys come in. I appreciate it if y'all can get the likes for me. But yeah, so like I said, man, I'm really I'm really thinking about the bigger picture, right? Um, I'm looking at I want to be all right. Think about this. When are you the richest? Typically, this is not always, but typically, when are you the richest? The younger you are, the richer you are. And let me tell you why. Typically, when you young, let me see if I haven't caught up with this. K9, do you? It's just business like Jay Z and Diddy, right? Um, yeah. So the reason why I say you typically the richest, the younger you are, your life is at its richest point. It's typically when you young, you ain't even lost nobody that you cared about yet. You ain't even experienced losing someone yet. Most likely, both of your parents are still here. Their grandparents are still here most of the time. Then, as you continue to get older, you start to lose things that you can't get back. Like things are not the same. No matter how much money you've gained, your mother's not here to witness it. Your father is not here to witness it. Maybe a sibling of yours is not here anymore. You know, a favorite auntie or whoever, right? Um, so that's why I typically say, you are the richest when you are the youngest. You know what I'm saying? You have a fresh, young, healthy, resilient body that will not stay that way. You know what I mean? Because remember, what did Kanye West say? The best things in life are free. Typically, they are. And then Mike Epps also talks about what does money buy? Um, Ass kissers. You know what I mean? It's a printed piece of paper that we all want, but you really can't do nothing but buy ass kissers and acquire enemies along the way. Because whatever you got, when it's time for you to leave, and you just stacking it up to give to somebody else. That's facts. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to acquire it. That just means we should not put our money I mean, we should not put our happiness in money. Have that I love more and care more about than my family. There's not one. I mean, there's not no possession I have or a dollar amount that I care about it more than my health. That's why I said when it boils down. Have y'all seen that movie, The Titanic? Remember when dude had that suitcase of money and he tried to offer the dude the money to let him on the ship, and he's like, "Man, your money's no good. Look, like we might. I'm probably not gonna live to spend that money. You know what I'm saying? Like in that moment, the dude's money on the Titanic ship became worthless. He just had to turn into savage mode and jump into one of them boats as it was being lowered down, or however he got on. I forgot how he got on, but I know he did something savage. And but yeah, it got to a point where he seen like, yo, what? Your money can't help you right now. We all on the even playing field because what I'm gonna do with that money? This boat is going down. It's sinking. That shit gonna be in the water in a minute. Um, so um, and so that's why I always say it don't matter to me now. I do want to be successful, but when I say I want to be successful, like I say, my happiness and my success is not tied to a specific dollar amount. I do want to hustle and get the bag right so I can experience things faster and take care of things faster and be able to, like, basically with money, one thing you can do with money is you can buy some of your time back. What I mean by buy, because what people are trading in their time for is this money. When you have enough of it, you can buy your time back, meaning you don't have to spend all day at work, 8, 12 hours a day at work. Them hours can be spent with your loved ones, traveling the world, um, spend with friends and family, right? You know what I mean? Because you got out of that system of trading your time in for money. You realize that was a losing race to begin with. That's like a dead end street. Um, and you realize to accumulate wealth and to get stopped from trading your time, you're trading your time in for money, and to buy your time back, you need to have your money working for you, right? The power of a working dollar is what you need to tap into. And so that's just kind of my thoughts, and like what you are willing to do for success. Does it matter? Absolutely. To me, it matters. You know why? Because I don't want everybody to hate my guts and I got millions of dollars. I mean, especially the people that I love and care about. You know what I'm saying? I mean, think about it. When I go, I want to be. We would all want to be looked at like as a Muhammad Ali, somebody that's revered. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Muhammad Ali has lived a rich life. He's overcame and accomplished so many things in and outside of the ring. I mean, don't you wouldn't you want to be revered and instead of somebody that's despised? I mean, some people might not care. They might say, just give me the money. I don't care. But I'd rather be revered than despised for all the, you know. And then also you start thinking about when you have kids, right? Like we are here for a short time, right? And we constantly have to, you know, pass this earth on to the ones coming, right? And like if we leave this earth in just such a shitty, crappy place, that's what our kids would inherit. So I always want to make sure that I'm adding to society and not taking away so much. You know what I'm saying? Like, how can I be in service of others? Whether that's I made someone laugh, I provided someone entertainment. You know, I was a good friend, I was a good brother, I was a good son, I was a good father. You know what I'm saying? I think those really enrich one's life because think about like think about the feeling when someone has given you a Christmas gift. How that made you feel, right? It was a good feeling. But think about when you was the person. giving your child a Christmas gift. That feeling right there tops the feeling of you receiving a Christmas gift. The smile, the excitement on your kid's face. Why do you think people when they kids is opening up their gifts and shit, they typically film it. They film that, capture that reaction, that joy, the innocence in their kids' face, or they just so excited and appreciative to get this and how much it made their day. That feeling way surpasses the feeling of when I buy myself a pair of new shoes, or when somebody else buys me a gift. So that's what I'm saying. Like, what am I willing to do success? What am I willing to do to be successful? Not anything. I'm not willing to do things that can come back and have me and my kids and everyone I love under scrutiny. You know what I'm saying? To where my kids have to hear a bunch of foul shit about me. But protect your kids, you know what I mean? Um, so yeah, man, I'm trying to play by the rules as best as I can. It does get difficult. It's so easy to want to take this shortcut, but I always know, like most of the time when you take that shortcut, it's really the shortcut to the back of the line. It looks like a shortcut, but it's a shortcut to the back of the line. Just always seems to turn out that way. You know what I mean? Everybody that's trying to take these shortcut and cut all these corners, man, it's just the fastest way to end up in the back of the line. I appreciate if y'all can hit the like button as y'all come in, and I appreciate the likes that have already been contributed. But yeah, so just think about it. When somebody is proposing this get rich quick scheme, don't look at everything you have to gain in that moment. Look at everything you stand to lose, whether it be your good name, your freedom, away from your family, whatever it may be. Think about all the things you stand to lose trying to get rich quick. Just put in that work, people. Put in that work and trust the process. That if you're doing the right thing and you work hard enough and you work smart enough, you will be rewarded. That work will pay off. And like I said, don't be in a rush to stand in the back of the line by trying to take these shortcuts. You know what I'm saying? Because that's all that you gonna end up doing. Um, and like I said, I've since stuff has happened, I've been slowly building myself up, the slow and steady, because I wasn't willing to do certain things to try to achieve success. 'Cause I felt like everything. It's like that bird in the hand. A bird in the hand is better than two in the bush. Like I give this one bird up that I for sure got on my hand trying to capture these two in the bush, then I end up with nothing. And that's what like indulging in criminal activity is like to me. You know what I mean? It's like you giving up a bird in the hand to get two that will surely flee out of the way before you can grab. That's why I stay away from that criminal activity and doing all that the shit. I just like, yo, man, let me make this money. Let me live beneath what I can afford to live, so I can have this money left over. I'll take and invest and keep flipping it and keep flipping it and keep flipping it, and then let me figure out ways to create another. I don't care if it's just another $100 a month, another $400 a month, because we are income. All the money that you come up with, you gather it up, and that's just how your credit scores work too. All your combined credit, all your combined money, and put it to work, man, and see what you come up with. You know what I'm saying? And then like anytime I get discouraged, I'll watch shit like Floyd Mayweather when he talks about his story and he was jogging in the snow and his pop went to prison and he couldn't give up and you know what I'm saying and he didn't have a ride no more there, so he would jog all the way to the gym to train and in the snow. And he even talks about being friends with somebody that he knew he was better than, but he didn't want that to come in between their friendship because they took him in, so he would dumb down his skills a little bit whenever he was around them or would spar with him. Just think about some young dude able to have all those thoughts at that young age, and then realizing um, when he said early on in his boxing career, they said, "Man, you like to do, antagonize the people or like act that's a part of." He understood so much at a young age. And think about this: Floyd Mayweather, he don't drink. As far as I know, he don't smoke or do any type of drugs. And his parents did the complete opposite. He watched what it did to their lives, and he said, "Nah, I don't. I don't want that." You know what I'm saying? And and that's why I said, man, sometimes things don't happen to us; they happen for us. Like if your parents ever had a drug problem or something, don't let that be in vain. Say, man, I'm gonna learn off my parents' mistake. I'm gonna be the first one in the family to 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 make enough to where I could help us all out, or I could finally put our name on the map. You know what I'm saying? I'm a look, because you're gonna see some good things your parents did, and you're gonna see where they fell short. And wherever they fell short at, you're gonna pick the flag up from there, and then you're gonna learn whatever you seen they did wrong, which or try. That's the game plan, and then try to avoid all them obstacles, bro. Like them pitfalls. I mean, and like I said, man, and realize when you trying to be successful, even successful people do not have it easy. I think poor people think that successful people and celebrities have it easy. And as we're starting to see, they don't have it so easy because people will love you in the beginning, they will cheer you, and then at some point, they'll say, nah, he's been winning too much. They waiting for the great fall now. Look what's happening with Kendrick and Drake. I mean, Drake has won so much. Now it feels like the people are saying, you won too much. We need somebody else to have a run. Not that you stop making good music, just you've won too much. Everybody gets, you know, just be leery. When you get to that top, from there, I don't know too many people that rise and never fall at some point. You know what I'm saying? Like these celebrities don't have it easy, and rich people don't necessarily have it easy. At least as being someone that's broke, you know who's cool with you, who kind of got your back, who your A1 day one is, right? Um, and who don't give two pennies about you, right? As being someone that's rich, people will constantly maintain this fake smile to stay in your presence and to leech off you. Well, they'll do it by feeding your ego, telling you how good you are. Remember, everybody wants something in return, right? So they will continue to feed you these lies to stay in your grace. Then the moment that you can't feed them no more, or you then that's when you'll find out what they really think about you. And typically by then, it's too late. You know what I'm saying? So um, that's why I said, man, you guys really be careful what you ask for. Everybody want to be successful. Everybody want that spotlight. Everybody want that shine, but it's a price to be paid. It's like it's almost like that another I like making comparisons, but it's almost like that movie Beowulf. Have y'all seen that movie? He makes a deal with Angelina Jolie to give her a baby, and she'll give him this, I forgot what it is. It was like some golden thing. As long as he had it when he gets it back. And now he has this creature, this monster that's here to terrorize him. Like it's a price to pay for being successful, basically. So what are you willing to do to be successful? What are you willing to stay successful? I mean, think about a lot of these stories. Successful people, that shit end up tragic. The story with Aaron Hernandez. I mean, money, people will still be going through shit. You know what I'm saying? You could have a lot of money look like they got it going on the outside, but they are tormented on the inside. Because remember, um, people only show you what they want you to see. You know what I mean? You know, just think about how many people you probably know that got a lot of nice shit that is drowning in debt. They're drowning in debt. They constantly trying to figure out how to look at the Bernie Madoff. And when he was smiling, acting like nothing was wrong, but he knew shit was still going wrong, he was still buying his wife lavish gifts. And even when the shit was starting to take on water, when that's the last thing he needed to do is be spending money, he needed to figure out how to stop this shit from going down. And he kept his face on until it was down to the wire, to the point nobody knew. His sons didn't know, his wife didn't know, right? You know, because it's one of those things that people cannot accept when they lost. They'll put this poker face on and they will ride it to the end. Same thing with Alpo. One thing about Alpo was he couldn't accept the loss. He loved the lifestyle too much, right? And he came back after he went through all that, ratted on everybody, got out. He couldn't accept that he lost. He still wanted to play the game after he had already lost, and now he really lost. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you have to be sharp enough and smart enough to say, I'm ahead. Let me get out of here while I'm ahead. You know what I'm saying? The stakes are starting to get high. I mean, that's what Dave Chappelle did. I mean, when the stakes start to get too high, you got to be smart enough to get up out of there. What did DMX say? I didn't get it done, but at least I got up out of there. You feel me? You got to know when to exit. Some people do not know when to exit. When the champagne is flowing and the music is going, you know, um, they'll stay and have one drink too many. Everyone thinks that they're gonna get out on time, whether that's the game and you in the D game, or you know what I'm saying, you a doughboy, whatever. Everyone thinks that I'm gonna make this money, then I'm gonna get out, and I'm probably gonna go legit. I'm gonna figure. Everybody thinks they're gonna get out on time, and it almost never happens. It almost never happens. So that's just food for thought, man. If you've been one of these dudes, 10 toes down, grinding, think about all those dudes that thought they would be the one to get out of the game, right? Is making this money. No matter how much money they made, they still didn't get out the game, and it was too late. And now, the clock has struck 12, and it's too late to get out. You're already in some shit. So just think about that. If you're a dude that's been focusing on your grind, do not get distracted by this so-called shortcut. Because I'm telling you now, that is a shortcut to the back of the line. You know what I'm saying? You will wake up and say, damn, all my hard work has been erased, unraveled. And you'll think it's because of single misstep and miscalculation. No, you was on a collision course. You just didn't see it. You wasn't smart enough to know it. This obstacle has always been traveling this course. And as long as you stayed on this path, at some point you was gonna run into this. I mean, I don't know, man. And this for me, I'm just over here thinking sometimes it's a heavy price to pay trying to be successful. Like I think being successful is one thing and being famous is entirely different kind of worms. Like honestly, if I could start my YouTube shit over, I probably would start this shit without having my face on the thing. Like especially if, like the travel sector. Maybe that's why I'm really kind of like trying to diverse my shit anyway because just being known causes problems within itself. You get known and shit, like people know you, that shit causes problems within itself. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, yo, if you could get the money without being famous, that's idea. You know what I mean? Because people get drunk off clout. They get drunk off fame. But that shit just never ends well. Like everyone that's famous, name will be drugged through the mud. Would be talked about like a dog. Everyone. I just really got to the point where I stopped reading it. Like I don't even watch other YouTubers really no more. I really don't. I mean there is some YouTubers I watch, but the ones that I know like we not cool or I don't really rock with them, I don't even watch their material no more whatsoever. Cause I really don't care. Like I'm the type of dude, if I don't like you, I'm not gonna spend hours out of my day watching your content. I got other shit to do. I'm not gonna watch somebody I don't like. But I know some of them same people probably still watch my stuff. Probably still tap in and check in, see what you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna never tap into their shit no more. I wouldn't care what they got going. You know what I'm saying? Um, that's what it is. I'm not saying that I don't hear stuff sometime, but like if we're in the same space, I'm sure some stuff will make it back to me. But I don't even watch a lot of YouTubers no more because I'm so focused right now on not driving my whip. When I say my whip, my situation, my channel, my everything I got going. I'm so focused on not trying to drive that into a ditch. Yeah, yeah, because at that particular time, I really didn't have a I didn't really have people having a reason to want to hate on me, to want to sabotage shit I got going on, right? Because I wasn't a competitor. I was just here at the theater watching the other gladiators compete, tear each other to shreds, right? Because they all want to be successful. They all want that number one spot and they willing to slit each other's, you know what I mean? To get it. And so it was so much fun just watching them go back and forth. And then once I got into space, it's just not as fun. I'm not saying that I regret getting into space or I regret, you know, trying to launch my channel. It's just different now. Like the way I watch them is different than when it's kind of like just say when you were an actor, right? All right, just say you were somebody watching a movie and you don't really know how the movie is constructed. You're blown away with how dude is flying and doing all these flips and all the but when you're an actor and you really know like how all it is done, it's really as magical as you watch it differently. You watch it more like a creative lens, more instead of like being blown away from it because you already know exactly how movies are really constructed and created. It's just a different point of view now. And when you watch it as a fan, it's always a lot more exciting than when you watch it as a fellow actor or a fellow content creator. The level of excitement is not the same. I mean, it is exciting in different ways when you are a part of a project or you're working on a project and that joint does really well. That's always like exciting and a good feeling. But it's far more enjoyment just watching these content creators than being one. Like I see, like I said, when I went on my trip, I see how much they sacrificed on their trip to bring back entertainment and to continue to grow their channel. It's like you're not having as much fun as somebody that just went on a trip that's not trying to gather content. It's just I already know I've done it. Like I get it now. I get it. And like like I said, even the content creators that I really don't care for, I have a certain level of respect for them though, as far as I know that they are making sacrifices to bring the people back entertainment because I've already experienced it. And that's what they're willing to do to be successful. They're willing to sacrifice the happiness and the full experiment experience of their trip to try to chase success because they're doing this to help their channel become more successful. Like no one's doing this because they don't want something out of it. Let's keep it real. No one's spending hours editing videos to not be successful. No one's spending hours of video and taking trips to be in 10th place. Everybody wants that number one slot. You tell me anybody besides myself that has came out here and said I'm cool with being in. If they ranked me in third place on my trip, I was happy with that. I was like the only one that said that. All the other guys said fuck number third. I was number one. They all fighting for number one spot, right? And it's not that I wouldn't want it to be number one at anything that I do. I just felt like the growth of what I had going on already had exceeded my expectations. So I was just happy to be named in like the top three, right? On some people's list. Some others like three. Well, I was number one. Nobody wanted to be three. You know what I'm saying? And nobody wanted to be second. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wanted that number one spot. As they should, rightfully so. They're putting in a lot of work. They putting a lot of time. They making all these sacrifices. You know what I'm saying? As they should. But that's why I said, man, that people do to be successful. I mean, they'll sacrifice their trip, right? Which is a bridge. You know what I'm saying? Kick you while you down, trample over you, bulldoze through you. You feel me? Truck through you. That's what they would do, right? And so that's why I said, be careful with one success, and maybe it's not even just success. With people knowing that you are successful, really be careful with that, because the more people know, um, like the more successful you are, the more they'll despise you for it, the more that they'll envy you, the more that they'll want your spot. No one is kicking it in fifth place, not in that top spot, right? No one's doing that, bro. So why do you think just in this YouTube space, other YouTubers really can't get along? Everybody want that number one slot. Everybody want to be number one, right? That's why YouTubers really don't get along. That's the very essence of why they don't get along. No one's playing second fiddle. You know what I'm saying? And unless you cool with being in last place, you could get along with a lot of people. You competing for them top spots. Let people start to mention your name. Let your name start to ring bells. Oh yeah, you officially have gotten in the race, and someone has walked behind you and slapped a target on your back, whether you realize it or not. So that's why I said, man, just be careful. And also, when you live for the cheers, you'll die when the booze come. That's like I really don't live for the cheers. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's cool when they come. It's cool when I go places and people recognize me and tell me that, or they inbox me or something and tell me they really like the content. Or it's cool if I got to do a video and it gets a lot of views and traction. But also, there's videos that don't do so well, and I don't be down about it at all. You know what I'm saying? I guess I'm more focused on just working on the craft and thinking of ideas in my head and how to add to the show, and I'm more in the thinking about the creative process more than I'm thinking about winning or losing or rankings. I'm just painting on my canvas. You know what I'm saying? And versus worrying about first, second, and third place. Um, so and that's what I did on my first trip. I didn't care about being first, second. I didn't know people would like my trip. The fact that I was actually just vacationing. I thought really y'all wanted to see women the entire time. I wasn't doing that. I was doing other stuff. So that just lets you know, like, I wasn't concerned about trying to be in first place. Um, I was more so focused on enjoying my trip, but also painting on my canvas at the same time. You know what I mean? I was more so like trying to have a balanced trip, and just so happens that the people enjoyed um, some of the other things about my trip, and that's what I always say, like to like some of the content creators. You never know what the audience is gonna like until you put it in front of them. You ain't even gave them a chance to see if they like this. If you only offer them Italian food, of course, if you ask them what do they like, they're gonna name something off of the Italian menu because they think that that's all. They're gonna tell you their favorite dish off the Italian menu because they're in an Italian restaurant. But if they was in a buffet where it had so many things available, they might not even name an Italian dish. There's no telling what they might name. So you just got to put it in front of the people and see how they perceive it. And also, like, who does YouTube to talk about a bunch of stuff that you don't really want to talk about? You know what I'm saying? Like stuff that I don't want to talk about, I'm not gonna talk about it because I don't want it. Even if the audience likes it and they want it, if I don't enjoy talking about that and I don't want to talk about that, I'm not gonna talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Because I always look at it like this: you don't like it, change your station. And I'm not shitting on the people because we all appreciate the support. But I'm just saying there's so many people to watch for that. Like, yo, you come over here, just enjoy this show. Then when you tired of it, go change your station to something else. Then when they go off, come back over here. Come check it out. We all appreciate the support. So I'm not saying it in a cocky way where like we don't appreciate the support. And if we don't have the support, yeah, our channel will not be successful. We will definitely fade out into the light. You know what I mean? We will fade out the space if not enough people support it. But um, so I definitely get that, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not going to do anything that I'm unhappy doing. I've made it to a point in my life that I don't do things that I don't like to do, that I don't enjoy doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, soon as like I become unhappy doing content, I will stop. Now, I'm not saying just like when the grind becomes tough and I got to come with, up my game and it's more. I'm talking about when I no longer have the desire to compete in creating content. I mean, because no, you're gonna be in a space, whether I'm in the travel space sector or a different sector. It's gonna be some level of competition. So when I no longer want to compete no more, I'll quit. It's all right. I'm good on that. Or I'll evolve into like another space. And so it says die lit or die lit or self title. Okay. Damn, I can barely see that. Die lit or self title. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm not even sure if I'm reading it by because I can barely see it. Die lit or self title. Are you saying that's a good title for this video? Um, oh yeah, and I'm running out of time too. So I got that ticket. I'm gonna have to pay for that, and then I'm running out of time because I have to shoot my content because I promised the subs that I would get some glasses by I think it's January 15th, and it seems like time is just flying by. So I definitely got to get. Well, I didn't say I'll have my glasses by January 15th, but I will have. I would have had the process rolling and all that because, as y'all know, I can barely see small stuff. That should be like so blurry. And I used to have 20/20 vision. I don't know what happened, but I'm glad that I've had good vision all these years. I mean, I guess at some point it was bound to fade a little bit. But I was telling my people earlier, I was on the phone with them. I'd rather be able to see like long far away than like basically how do I word it? Yeah, I'd rather be able to see further away than just small stuff on a piece of paper because I use my distance vision a lot more than looking at something that a small something on a piece of paper, something that's smallly written or typed. I don't really use that a lot. I mean, I use it, but not as much as I'm just when I'm looking around. Like, cause I don't need glasses to drive. All the signs that come up, I can see they're big. They're in big writing. It's just really small stuff like this text. Sometimes when people write something small on a piece of paper, mainly like type stuff, cause all that stuff's pretty much gonna be small. You know what I'm saying? So that should just be blurry. I'm like, damn. Um. So yeah. Like I'll tell y'all something. This ain't funny, but sometimes I need to know what time it is. But when I wake up, my vision will be so blurry trying to read something small that I'll have to take my phone and screenshot that home page so I can go to the photos and enlarge it to see what time it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially when I first wake up, like when my vision's still trying to fix itself. Like, damn, what time it is? I cannot see this. Yeah, so the struggles, man. But like I said, what am I willing to give for success? I'm not willing to give my good name. I'm not willing to make a deal with the devil. I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to do the things I know I shouldn't be doing just to be successful. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really willing to do all that. When is your next trip? My next trip is no when. He said, when is your next trip? I want to say me and somebody behind the scenes, we've been talking about maybe trying to set up a trip for like Memorial. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I just been trying to get Christmas and all that stuff behind me, and yeah. But yeah, so I think it's possibly Memorial. I don't, and plus when I have my exact trip, I gotta really think about if I want to do how Keith did, where he not even Keith, that wasn't a good example, but basic, well, kind of how Keith did, where I don't like say exactly where I'm going. I might say I'm going here and end up somewhere else. Where I don't announce the exact dates. Do I just go and shoot my content and then towards the end of the trip go live? I got to figure out how to do it because we have people like I'm sure you guys are aware of that are trying to sabotage YouTubers' trips. So that is a real thing. So like now I'm like thinking like I might tell y'all one thing and end up somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? I might not even go live. I might just shoot the I do but that's one thing I do want to shoot through the lives, man. Like I do want to do the IRLs, man, but it sucks because it's just getting I just think it's gonna be harder and harder. Like as easy as it was for me on this last trip, I already know it won't be that easy again. because at that particular time nobody wanted to see my trip sabotaged. You know what I'm saying? Now there's people out there that want to see my trip sabotaged, so now I might have to really redo it like different than I did it last time. So we'll see. We'll see. But Tony Hernandez wants to know where to. Like I said, man, I really I wanted to go to either Colombia or Brazil. You know, just keeping it real. But all right, for those that are in the chat, it's not that many of you guys right now. How do you guys like the trips versus when we come back with the content and we just upload it versus when we're out there and we're going live? Like, what version of content do you guys like the best? If you had to pick one, Brazil sounds dope. All right, so Tony Hernandez, since you texting a lot, not a lot, but you're going back and forth with me. What is better to you, Tony Hernandez? The the IRLs, is that how you call it? Yeah. When we're out there, we're going live, or do you enjoy when we put some footage together in an edited video and drop it? What form of content do you guys like the best? Like when we travel, that's to go live while we out there, or when we bring back footage and we edit it up and we drop the videos like that. Okay, he says he likes both. No, I get you like both, but just say if you had to have one or the other. I don't know if you could even pick one or the other, but which one do you like more? I know you like both, but which one do you like more? Because I think it's getting more challenging. Because I'm leaning towards just shooting the content, coming back, chopping it up, you know. But I know you guys really like the lives, like you said. Like everybody tries to shit on the lives, but the lives they're engaging. Like you there real time, and y'all be so excited about it. And so it's like maybe I'll go live and document what I'm doing, but I just won't put any women on the live. Like at least women that I am interacting with. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'll try to put some women on the live, but like not ones that I'm chilling with because that just seems like it just gets tricky, bro. You got people that dedicate 8 hours out of the day to figure out how to fuck up your trip, how to sabotage it. You know what I'm saying? So, they go to I don't know if they dedicate 8 hours a day, but I'll just say they go to great lengths to sabotage people's trips. So I don't know if I'm gonna. I'm a truck driver too. Oh, okay, for sure. Salute to all the truck drivers in the building, man. You know what I'm saying? So you can relate when I said I got a freaking ticket today, Tony Hernandez. Ah, and what's crazy is he didn't ask to see my logs, nothing. He just said license and insurance. So in my insurance, I got this little black binder boat. I just handed him the whole buck. Like look through it, find what you want. My registration, my insurance, everything is in there. I hand him that and my license, and got my ticket. Tomorrow I will be contacting an attorney to basically take care of that case for me. You can knock down some miles markers listening to a good live. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Um, let me fix this. Okay, what did he pop you for? Where you at the 40? Wait, where's this? Where you at the 40? I don't know what he means by the 40. Since I don't know what you mean by the 40, I'm definitely not at the 40. I don't know if what he means by that. If he's talking about the 40 mile marker or 40 freeway, I don't know what he's talking about. But oh, Jerry Jones. Nah. I'm not on the 40. No. I'm actually on the 10. You know what I'm saying? But okay, what did he pop you for? He's okay. So what happened was, I guess, my back lights, all of them wasn't lit up. So sometimes that pigtail be loose, and you got to jam a piece of paper in there to make sure it has a firm connection. Whatever. But he said that, but then he said I drifted outside of my lane a little bit. So I'm thinking like, all right, I didn't know what he was gonna get me for. He had said two things. He gives me for the worst possible thing, drifting outside of my lane a little bit, and he don't even write nothing about the equipment. Like he just told me to pull off the freeway exit and fix it. So that's what I did. I pulled off the freeway exit, tried to fix the pigtail, do that little trick. That shit didn't work. So what I did was I drove like a couple more exits down because it was so dark right there, and I drove to where it was a lit up area. So I didn't have to hold my phone and try to dig the fuse out, check the fuse. And so anyway, I checked the fuse. One of the fuses had broke. Put a new fuse in there. The lights came back on, and I continued on my way. But nevertheless, he gave me a ticket for basically drifting out my lane. And let me see if I could see it and read it. Look, I know that's what it says, but yeah, it says out of lane, and then it just has like numbers. So that's what I got a ticket for. So like I said, tomorrow I will be contacting an attorney and giving him a retainer and taking a picture, sending them over my ticket. Then I wait to hear, 2, 3 months later, what happened. Like I said, if you guys weren't here earlier, so far I've gotten like about 9 tickets, moving violation tickets, throughout my whole trucking career, and 8 of them got completely dismissed. One of them they got it lowered down to a real small thing where it wasn't like points on my license. So I always hire an attorney every single time I receive a ticket, unless it's like a parking ticket, something like that. But if it's a moving violation, always hiring an attorney. Okay, how the weather out there and where you going back and forth next week? Oh, the weather's been good. Shit. That Cali don't be on bullshit. Yeah. In California, man, that's what sucks, bro, because that's where I was at when I got the ticket. We got the slowest speed limit, and it's like, I don't know if y'all know about Cali. They just on the hustle about everything, about writing tickets. Come on, well, they got a saying about coming to California. Come on probation. I mean, come on vacation, leave on probation. You know what I'm saying? Because the government is just on the hustle. They trying to tax the shit out of you. In every way, California is trying to make money. They got their hands in your pocket. So, them writing tickets is a hustle, not just trying to keep the roads safe. Um, and like parking. I mean, they'll get you for anything in Cali. Like as soon as I leave out of California, it's like way more laxed. Like like I said, I don't think I've only had one ticket that was outside of California, and that was in Las Vegas. All the rest of my tickets have been in California. And remember, I used to drive in all different states, all kind of different states. You know what I'm saying? And I've only received a ticket. All of them been in California except for one ticket that I got in Las Vegas. So that just lets you know, like California, they be on that bullshit for real. Cali don't play. They got me in Bakersfield. Man, that's where I got most of my tickets, in Bakersfield. Coming down that long hill, like going through the Grapevine and shit. It's not called Bakersfield, but heading towards Bakersfield, like that. In Tijon, like it's basically going through the Grapevine and shit, like over that way, man. That long hill where you gotta go. I think the speed limit is like, is it like 30 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour. It's something slow. And that you got to go down the entire time very slow. I haven't been that way in a minute. Man, I've gotten like 4 speeding tickets over there. I think one time, I think it might be 30 miles an hour. It could be even 35. It's something really slow. I think it's 30 miles an hour. So just say if it's 30 miles an hour, I was probably going like 35 and he popped me. I was like, damn. I mean, like that's the well, they didn't got me like 4 times over there. To the point I started like going the speed limit slow the entire way down. I'm watching other trucks pass me up, but I already know they worked that area. You know what I'm saying? And I just got tired of getting cracked. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's very slow to go that way down that long ass hill, I just said, fuck it, I'm gonna go slow because they worked this area too intensely for me. And yeah, so says I'm ticket free, not even a. Hey man, that's good to hear, man. I mean, shit. Nah, I ain't never said I was the best truck driver, bro. I didn't had about 9 tickets, and um, that's not even including like I've had more than 19. I'm talking about 9 moving violation tickets. Because I didn't have parking tickets, several parking tickets. I didn't had tickets at the way station. They was basically those was nothing. They like fix it tickets. They don't even give you the ticket because you ain't leaving there. They keep your license and all that until you get it fixed. And then I've had also those violations that they give you, those white paper violations that go on your CSA score. I've had those before. Yeah, man, that's. I haven't had a ticket in a while though. It's probably been. I mean, until today, maybe it's been like 2 years since I've had a ticket. So I've been doing pretty good. But then they got my ass today. So yeah. So 2 years, that's a long time to me. Then I have no type of ticket, no scale ticket, no parking ticket, no type of ticket. I ain't had no type of ticket in 2 years. But mm, you'd be surprised how effed up them dropping hooks trailers. Um, I think it says brakes. Wait, does it say brakes? Drop brakes. Hold on, the phone room. B nobody pre-trips. Yeah, man. I remember I told my company recently like something was wrong with one of the trailers where I drop a hook at. Like the inside of the where you plug the pigtail in fell out when I put. You know what I mean? I still had that piece, and so I dropped the trailer there. When I came back, I ended up getting that trailer like the next day, and they hadn't fixed it. I was like, oh my! I was so frustrated. Like, bro, I told you guys. It's like, man, I think my company they kind of suck when it comes to like. I mean, they have good equipment like newer trailers and new trucks, but like just dealing with the maintenance department, it's always not that great of an experience. Like right now, my truck have a coolant leak. I put some coolant in it today. I dropped my truck off. It was supposed to fix it. Left it there, came back to pick it up. They called me like, all right, it's good to go. It's still leaking. Like when I took off, my coolant light went on and I had to pour some coolant in there and the way it leaks now, like every week I would have to put coolant in it. But the week's too early for me to be like dealing with it now. I'm off on the weekend, so I'll probably hit them up about Thursday and see if I can't make plans to drop my truck off back Saturday and tell them the truck is still leaking. You in a Cascade or KW? I'm in a Volvo. In a Volvizi. My company pays for parking tickets. Oh, that's dope. Hell no, my company don't pay for no motherfucking parking tickets. Hell no. I would, but I haven't got a parking ticket in a while because this is a trick I do. Y'all ready? I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of game. That's worked for me. So if I'm parked somewhere that I'm not supposed to be parked, where I know I could get a ticket at, but it don't even make sense. It's actually a good place to park. Besides, they got a sign that says no parking. I don't even know why. It'd be where the warehouses and shit is at and everything, or just wherever I park. What I'll do is I'll put my hood. I'll open the hood sometimes, or sometimes I won't even open the hood. I'll put my reflectors out behind my trailer to signal like my truck is our trailer is having an issue. Like I'm not parked here. I'm broke down here. And every time I've done that, I've never woken up with a ticket on my window. I might have woke up with like a warning, like suspicious trailer or parking. You got so many hours to move the truck from this location. Because if it's a breakdown, they keeping an eye on how long you here for. Because even if it's broke down, your company need to make plans on get you back on the road or getting it towed or whatever they're gonna do. But I've never woke up with an actual parking ticket on my window. But anytime I didn't do that, and I was parked somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, if I had any type of contact, it was a ticket on my window when I woke up. Like, damn. So yeah. So that's just a tip you could use if you ever got to park somewhere. You probably might wake up with a ticket on your window, but you need to park there, and it's out the way in the cut though, or just wherever. Um, cause I've parked on the off ramp before on the freeway or on ramp, and it might have said no parking, and I put my cause one time I did that and I did get a ticket, but I didn't put out the triangles. But now I always put my triangles out if I know it's a place I might can get a ticket. But one time there was twice I got a parking ticket though that I fought it and I was able to get the shit dismissed. So like one time I parked, there was a sign that said no parking, but it had a bunch of stickers and graffiti of it. I took a picture of it, said it's not legible, blah 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 blah. They overturned the ticket. I took pictures of it and wrote out, you know what I'm saying, and sent it in. Then another time I got a ticket for parking on a off ramp. When you exit the freeway, and it was like not even just the side of the road. It was like a flat dirt piece, like cut out right there too. I'm out the way. I'm off the road. I parked right there, and I didn't see no um, signs that said no parking. I woke up. I had a ticket on my window. I took a picture in both directions. My truck, where it was parked. I took several pictures, like maybe 5 or 6 pictures, and I went and printed them up. Wrote out why I shouldn't have to pay the ticket because there was no parking sign indicating that I couldn't park there, and they basically dismissed the parking ticket. So I've been in those situations too. The Volvos drive smooth. Yeah, I honestly I don't have a lot of trucks to compare to because I've only driven a Volvo and a Freightliner. But so far out of all the trucks that I have drove, which is not that many different types, I drove multiple different types of not Volvos, but Freightliners, old one, a new one, all that. And then I've drove, you know, a older Volvo and the new Volvos, and I like the Volvos the best. You know what I'm saying? I like the turning radius. They're practical. I really like everything about them. You know what I'm saying? Now I've been inside a Peterbilt before because my company they got Peterbilts. Yo, what up? What it do, Rock? Um, I've been inside a Peterbilt, but the Peterbilts they're like really really nice inside, but they're not really that practical. They got them little small ass mirrors. I'm trying to back up. I'm trying to be able to see some shit. I like how the Volvo mirror is real big. They offered me a Peterbilt too. Well, because the companies they only keep the truck so long, so my truck had like the mileage to where they get rid of them. They said I had to get a new truck. It's either out of a Peterbilt or a Volvo, brand new ones. And I picked another Volvo because I just like the Volvo. You know what I'm saying? The Vovizi. You know what I'm saying? It's practical. It's a good work truck for me. Um, but I've been inside the Peterbilts that we have, the new ones. They got the leather seats and the. It's nice. This shit is real nice, but I I don't know. I really don't care about all that. We used to have Kenworths too. I don't even think my company has those anymore. But I've never driven a Kenworth or a Peterbilt. So Jerry Jones, which you drive? And if you don't mind saying, and Ricardo, which you drive? Or I mean Tony Hernandez, which you drive? Because I know we got some truckers in the building. Which y'all drive? I'm in the Vovizi, and yeah, this shit got a decent power. I'm not saying it's the most powerful truck. I'm sure them Peterbilts got more power going up the hills and all that, but I still need a truck that's practical when I'm trying to back up and get in tight spaces and do my thing. I'm not using no small ass mirror like that if I don't got to. But yeah, man. So that's what we got going, man. And I don't want to make too many things about Jay Z, but I feel like we got to come out and support. I mean, we so quick to tear people down. Like we clearly see, oh, girl, that's trying to get that his own bogus shit. Like you know what I'm saying? I want to make some more shit and like come out. I'm against that Me Too movement. Really, like I mean, not of what it's supposed to stand for, but what it's turning into. I'm against that shit. You know what I'm saying? All right. Do you live? Wait up. Do you live in a trailer home? If wait, what do you say? If so, how is it? Sky High, with all due respect, where I live in, where I live at, and all that discussion. And not just because to be funny. I got people trying to figure out where I live at, weird shit. So you guys watch this, but so do the ops. You may not be an op, but ops definitely watch my channel. So where I live, where my kids go to school, what company I work for, just certain private questions like that really ain't up for discussion. But no disrespect. Jerry Jones, I had a 2024 KW wasn't wait up 2024 KW wasn't bad. I just used a Cascadia, used to the Cascadia. I like the space in the back. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, you got an international rack. Okay, we got international. We got the KWs. Yeah, I've never driven an international before either. I know what that is though. Okay. Um, what is like? Would y'all? Okay, let me see. I was gonna ask you. Enter is garbage. He feels it's garbage. I don't really know nothing about him. Like I said, I've only drove Volvo and a Freightliner. But I drove old Volvos and old Freightliners, and I drove brand new Freightliners and brand new Volvos. My truck is brand new. It's actually not even that old. This truck is not even the truck I'm in right now is not even a year old. I recently changed it in, so it's not even a year old. The truck that I'm in right now. Nobody asked all that. I wasn't. That's the question. It says, "Ask, do you have a license? Wait, do you have a license clearing you? Do do you have a license clearing? You do. Clearly, you do. Wait, I'm kind of lost that way. Let me go back to what you said. Maybe I misread what you said. Do you live in a trailer home? If so, how is it? And then he texts, nobody asked all that. It was One question, it's like asking, do you have a license? Clearly you do. Oh, I get what he's saying now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it's just stuff that I'm not willing to discuss just because I've had people not only trying to figure out where I live, trying to figure out how to contact my kid's mom, a bunch of weirdo shit. You know what I'm saying? Trying to figure out, so you kind of got to be careful. And I don't know what piece of information you give can lead to this, to that. So some shit I just kind of avoid talking about because, like I said, man, we got some parasites in the space. Like, and it'd be crazy because even if they contacted my kid's mother, what does that? How does that affect me? Besides you harassing her about some shit, me and her not in a relationship, and me and her kids is grown. One is an adult, and one's about to be an adult. So I don't answer to her. You know what I'm saying? But just the fact that people trying to do that, you kind of got to be careful how you. So anyway, high winds in a international feels like you skydiving. Yeah, but I got people literally trying to contact my baby mama. Like I would give a fuck, really. Besides, I don't want no one harassing my kid's mom, but you can't tell on me. We not together. I don't answer to her. We divorced. Know what I mean? She in a whole nother relationship. Like, but I wouldn't want nobody contacting her, harassing her. But you can't tell on no grown ass man. But just the fact that they try to do that, I just be I don't really like to answer too personal questions. Like I don't even like people to see y'all see the inside of my vehicle. I don't even like people to see the outside of my vehicle now. Just cause niggas be bozos. And it sucks because, all they gonna do I'm not gonna go on a tangent tonight. Let me catch myself. Cause that does annoy me when they do it. What was you talking about? Nobody asked any personal questions about. No, 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 no. I'm not saying you did. I'm just explaining to you why some questions that may seem like kind of innocent that I'll be like reluctant to answer because how someone figured out my baby mama's number, I don't even know. I've never told it. I've never. My truck is governed at 66, so I could do 66. I mean, like on a flat surface. Obviously, if I'm going downhill, the truck can go faster. And if I'm going uphill with a load on my back, depending on how heavy it is, it will go slower. But just on flat land, I would go 66, which is kind of cool for me because I'm based out of Cali and the speed limit ain't that fast, so it's really easy to get a speeding ticket out there. So yeah, you know what I'm saying. I could drive an automatic uh, or a stick shift, either one. But my truck is automatic. My last truck went 78. Damn, you was flying. Them owner ops was tight. Yeah, because if you work for owner op, they don't. I don't think they got no governor shit on they shit. You know what I'm saying? That's just like companies that be doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? I think maybe because they might even when they do it like that, they might get some type of insurance discount because they got a fleet of trucks. If they put them like govern them, they might get a discount on the insurance or something. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% on that, but I think so. So yeah, man. And I want to announce to you guys too, man. We're getting really, really close for me doing my first StreamYard, where I'm gonna drop the link and have it come up down this road of being a content creator. I have did something on StreamYard before, but at the time I didn't know how to drop the link in the chat. Now I do, so I'm excited to when we cross that. Um, them Indian ninjas got. the fastest trucks. Yeah, I be seeing a lot of Indian trucks. Like, what's the Indian company out here? Legend. I be seeing some other ones. I don't even be knowing the name. It be like a white. They trucks be white. They got like different Indian carriers out here. Them Indian, they you know what I'm saying? Yeah. How long y'all been driving trucks? If y'all want to say, let's see. Let's see what like how long y'all been driving trucks, man. Cause some of y'all might have been driving longer than me. I don't know. How long have y'all been driving trucks? Okay, 9 years. Okay, Mr. Hernandez. 4 years, unfortunately. Okay, 4 years. I want to see if someone has been driving longer than me. Let's see. That's cool though. I mean, driving for a long time ain't nothing to brag about either. I just want to know, cause we just kicking it. What about? I think what's the name for sure should have been driving longer than me. What you call it? Rock. Where's Rock at? So I've been driving. Okay, I need you to go pick up a load in TJ since you have your passport now. Yeah, man. I'm dedicated. I just do the same shit over and over every day. Um, so I've been driving trucks for 9 years, going on 10. So me and Tony Hernandez has been driving for the same amount of time, roughly. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, man, I'm hoping within the next 5 years I'm not driving trucks. And I'm not saying that to the cats that don't drive trucks, man. Trucking is something that can definitely put you in the game and help you out and help you with your finances. But like, I don't think it's something you want to do for the rest of your life. You know what I'm saying? It's really bad on your health. And I do Chicago to San Francisco and back. Okay, for sure. 28 a week ain't bad. Okay, for sure. That's what I said, man. Trucking is definitely not a bad job when it comes to like the ability to make money. But like it just this is the bad thing about trucking. Let's just go. And if any of you guys that drive trucks, stop me when I'm lying. Cause there's pros and then there's also cons. We're gonna go over the cons with real quick. Why I don't want to be driving in the next 5 years. A, because trucking just takes way too many man hours out of your life. Like you can let your life fly by in a truck. Like this is something you want to get the get the bag together because you can shed a whole. Depend on your situation. You can get rid of a bunch of bills. You can sell your car, fuck paying a car note, car insurance. You can move out your house wherever you got going, put all that shit in storage, and then truck for a few years and live out of your truck. And then when you go on home time, go rent you like a hotel, a decent hotel, and it's gonna be cheaper than paying rent because when you first start off trucking, you're not gonna be at that apartment or house or whatever you got. You're gonna barely be there. You be paying that rent for what? You can be paying that to yourself. So it's a fast way you can rev up, get your revenue high, and then set yourself up to either buy a house or you know start a business or be on your entrepreneurship because you can free up a lot of your money and then you making a lot. You getting paid every week. I know nowadays if you don't get your license and manual, they will put a restriction on it. Yeah. So when I took my test, I took my test in a stick shift. So I don't have no restriction. But yeah, I think so. If you take it in automatic, they'll put a restriction on there. This is my last year OTR, and um pulling fuel. Wait, pulling fuel at the crib. Okay. Yeah. So for me, I could actually have I don't have a restriction on my license, but it wouldn't bother me if I had a restriction on my license, just because. I mean, the time that I've been in the game, which is I feel has been a decent amount of time, I already know. You know, you start having standards for yourself, and my standard is I don't drive old equipment or raggedy equipment. If you got raggedy equipment, I won't even work for you. Meaning your trailers is raggedy, your equipment, your truck, all any of that's raggedy, I'm not gonna work for you. And then also, if your shit is a stick shift, I'm not gonna work for you unless it was like a super like once in a lifetime opportunities. I might do it, but just you know, I don't want to have to switch gears. Sometimes I'll be eating my food while I'm driving, whatever. I don't got time to be doing extra shit. You know what I mean? And I do know how to speed shift. I wonder if I know how to or slip shift, whatever that's called. I for even got the word for when you don't got a clutch just to put it in the next gear. I do know how to do that. I haven't did it in a while. I probably would struggle a little bit, but once I mess with it just for a little bit, it'll come right back to me. But I thought about doing fuel tankers. I got my tankers too, man. I've never used them though, but I just have them on my license. Um, yeah, so yeah, my driving days is over with, man. I'm tired of getting harassed by the cops, getting tickets, going through these damn way step. Another I just was talking, going through way stations, man. That shit is like playing musical chairs on if you about to get a ticket for the day. Because they could find any reason to write you some type of violation or ticket, bro. Like I don't care how much you looked over your truck. They going underneath your truck. Like you pull over a thing like a bay thing that's underneath the ground, and they're gonna go down there and inspect all underneath your truck shit you not doing. They're gonna check your brakes. They're gonna check all kinds of shit, right? So they can always find a reason to to find something wrong with your equipment. I got tankers and doubles. Then FedEx doubles is complete bullshit. Yep, I've never did triples and doubles. I don't even have that on my license. I've never did any type of hazmat. I actually, I don't know if I probably told this story, but I don't know if all y'all was in here when I told the story. When I first got my license, I passed. You know, when you do the written exam, you do all your endorsements and the exam to get your license all that day. So when I did my exam, I did my to get my class A, and then I did the tankers and hazmat, and I passed both. But I didn't know that you had to go get like security clearance or some type of where they run your background or some shit. I was supposed to do that first. I didn't do it. So she said I would have to go do that, and she wouldn't be able to issue my license that day until I did that if I wanted to keep the hazmat on there. And I was thinking like I need to get back to work. Just take that shit off and give me my license. I passed. You know what I'm saying? I could always go put it back on later, which I never end up doing. And I've never worked at a place that dealt with hazardous material, so I never really just went back. You know what I'm saying? To even do it. So if you going local, the has is a must. I don't even think I could do local. Let me tell you why. Shout out to the local guys. I think there's pros and cons to being OTR, and there's pros and cons to being local. And one con about being local that I'll never think I could be local is that driving in fucking traffic all day. And I feel like they work a lot harder. Like you make like the the hardest part of my job is like dealing with the shipper and receiver. And you different, and typically when you dealing with locals, it ain't gonna be no dropping hooks. You're gonna be doing live unloads. It's gonna be like going in like the inner city and like jacked up areas where you gotta deliver the load where it's difficult. It's kind of stressful. Then you in traffic. I feel like they work way harder than OTR drivers. And then it seems like you make less money being local. I mean, I'm not saying there's not some cases where cats ain't getting that bag, but like most times you're gonna take a pay cut doing local. Cause I had another homie just went local. Oh, I'm gonna be making this and that with the with the overtime, and man, he ain't even getting that overtime. He said they be cutting it. They make it to where he don't even be getting that overtime. You know what I'm saying? Like one thing that any truck driver in this chat can attest to, that recruiters always lie to you. They say whatever it is to get you in there. And they'll never get to find out how a company really work. You got to talk to their drivers, like catch them on the road, ask them how their company work. If you asking the recruiter, they be making shit up. You know what I'm saying? Because they need you. They need. It's like the way a company is broken up in several departments, right? Which we all know that. And every department has a different incentive. The recruiter is the like they need to make a quota to get these so many drivers hired in these trucks. If not, they're not gonna be recruiting very long. The dispatchers, they gotta get rid of they gotta get these loads off they books, off they desks, you know what I'm saying? And so and then safety is in definitely in bumps head with the dispatch department. And guess who's in the middle? You. And guess who's at the bottom of that hill? You. The dispatcher is going to be trying to get you to do this, and safety is going to be like, you can't do that. If your dispatcher tells you to do this, tell them to put it in writing. And I'm thinking, like, why am I the guy in trouble? If I had to, he asked me to, why don't you jam him up? Why am I getting jammed up? No, it's on everything is on the driver. I don't give a fuck. If the shipper or the receiver mess up, and you leave with the wrong trailer, unless because the first thing your company gonna ask you, did you check your go over your bills? And if the and did you check the seal? Did you now if all everything that you checked was the right thing and they just meant to put a different trailer, then yeah, it's not gonna be on you. But if they told you this trailer and it turns out that it was or they gave you the wrong load, anything that happens and you didn't make sure that it matched up with the bill of lading number you got, it's always your fault. It's always your fault. I don't give a fuck what goes happens. It's everything is always gonna fall back on the driver. Everybody gonna wash their hands and look at you like you stupid. Says I always refuse to be a ninja with the truck that says million-mile driver. That's not uh LOL. Okay. Well, I wouldn't take it as a compliment. You know what I'm saying? They never handed me one, so maybe I've never did a million miles. I don't know. But um I don't even be counting the miles honestly. Like tallying up how many miles I've drove total over the years. I'm like I said, I'm trying to get out the truck, man, but I'm trying to encourage these young brothers or brothers cause we know it's a lot of people they live in situation ain't together and they just need, um I'm just trying to employ these dudes before they end up having a baby or some girl that they madly in love with and they can't be apart from for more than 24 hours. You know what I'm saying? And jumpstart their future. I mean, the younger you start, to me, in trucking, the better because it's almost like the military. The younger you start in the military, the better because you could get in and get out. You know what I'm saying? You could do your time, set yourself up, and then get out. You know what I'm saying? I don't advise no one get in a truck and get trapped and stay in a truck, but I guess not. I mean, because some people actually like driving trucks. Like they don't want to do nothing else. So I guess it's it's not bad for some people to if they want to. This is gonna be their career path. But if you have the urge and the drive to do something else, I suggest you get in the trucking, set yourself up correctly, and then get out. Like make your exit move. And then if things don't work out, you always had that CDL you could fall back on and hop back in the truck. You know what I'm saying? And then do it like that. Thanks for y'all getting them likes together. But if y'all can hit the like button as y'all come in, y'all know I don't ask y'all for much. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate it when y'all hit the like button. But yeah, so that's like I said, they probably got another 5 years out of me, and I'm trying to be working, being a full time entrepreneur. You know what I'm saying? That's my goal, man. That's why I've been like, I sacrifice a lot too, because let me tell you, I had kids early on. Like my first daughter, I had her when I was in high school, my oldest. So I started off like, like a lot of brothers. I'm a kid having a kid, and and then you trying to provide for your family, so you ain't just at that particular time. You like, let me just get a job. You're not even thinking about career path. You got your kid needing Pampers and this and all this stuff, right? So you get caught up into that, and then next thing you know, time has flew by, and you haven't settled in your career path. I mean, but I've did several things throughout my life. Like I've done a few things, but I remember when I was doing firefighting, that job seemed like extremely dangerous. I said, "Oh nah, I've never did anything more dangerous than that." That job, like, you might not come back. You for sure might not make it back home doing that. So I knew and it was an extremely hard job. Like I've never had a job that was as hard as fighting fires, bro. Like you literally have to be in like the best condition. Like you know what I'm saying? You're not gonna be no out of shape. You're not gonna be no out of shape, motherfucker, fighting fires, bro. You're gonna be in the best shape of your life. Cause like when we not firefighting, I mean not when we not firefighting, when we not fighting fires, we are training. You know what I'm saying? We are constantly working out, taking long hikes and jogging and practicing like, you know, our craft. You have to stay in shape. That job is especially like depend on I don't know about structured firefighters because I never was a structured firefighter. So let me say that. I was a wildland and man, you're gonna be hiking for miles and miles. Sometimes you might get a helicopter lift. They might drop you in a spot, but like for the most part, you that's a physical job. You're gonna be. I've never been in that amount of shape, like in that good of a shape than when I was fighting fires. Like I was in the best shape of my life. You know what I'm saying? So, but it was like I said, it was an extremely dangerous job because let me tell you, like there's a thing called um, widowmakers, right? I mean, it's dangerous for a lot of reasons, but like the number one killer of firefighters is a widowmaker. Like a widowmaker is like an amber or a spark will fall into a tree, like, and then it will go like inside of a tree. In the end, so the outside of the tree won't be on fire, but the inside of it will be this big ass tree. And so once enough of the inside burns, what do you think is gonna happen with that big ass tree? It's gonna fall out of nowhere, right? And that tree fall down, and you in the vicinity. I don't care if a branch hits you. That thing will kill you. That's the number one thing that take out firefighters in wildland, not structure firefighters where they go inside buildings and all that and trying to put out buildings. Um, is fallen trees. You know what I'm saying? But there were several times where you know I almost didn't make it. Like it got real dangerous, extremely dangerous. And I was just like, you know what? It's just not worth it. I'm good on this job. I'm gonna do something else. But I've also seen a lot of tight stuff. I learned a lot of discipline. Like I said, I was in the best shape of my life. It was rewarding in another way, man. When you, cause sometimes like even though I don't do structured firefighting. Like if they in the mountains and they come like close to homes, we'll cut line and around the house and keep the fire at bay. And when you say to people's homes and shit, they'll come out to you. They'll be bringing you stuff. Not that we really need it, cause we be having all the, but they'll come bring you. They'll be so thankful. You know what I'm saying? And crying and just so happy that you was able to save their home. And so you do feel it's a rewarding feeling when that happens. But I also seen people in devastation like crying because it's a rule. Like I forgot the percentages now because I haven't did the firefighting in so long. But if a certain percentage of your house is on fire, um, we'll go past it. We won't even attempt to save it because at that point it's deemed unsavable. You know what I'm saying? So we will go to the other homes and work on saving those. And so it's sad too when you got to walk past somebody and they out there with the water hose trying to, you know what I mean? And it's like it's nothing we could do. But yeah. So yeah, being a firefighter is very rewarding, but it's also very dangerous. Most dangerous job I ever had. Um, I've seen people get hurt very bad. I've gotten hurt. Um, like I said, man. Like every time I would go on a fire run, I would always have this sense of like nervousness, like um, not the entire time, but like I would feel nervous. Like I would know like this is one of those jobs you may not come back home. Like that. Like that's when you do that, it's like that you sign. It's like when dudes go to the NFL, it's like that most likely you will end up with some type of concussion or injury or PSD or whatever they call it. Those are like things that you accept. It's part of the gig. So shout out to anybody that ever fought fires or I mean they work extremely hard. You know what I'm saying? That is not an easy gig, you know? So yeah. Appreciate y'all hitting the like button. Really helps a lot. And yeah, so I'm excited, man. We do have some stuff coming up besides squeezing in these lives. We have forward to look. What we have forward to look forward is the StreamYard, me bringing you guys up, and you know us rocking out on the panel. That's gonna be exciting. And then, like I said, I'm still working on other stuff too that I'm not gonna talk about. And because, like they say, I like what Keith says. You can't talk yourself into the number one spot. You got to do what it takes to get there. So you can't talk yourself to a win. You got to put in the work. So I guess they say talk is cheap. But yeah, so I don't trucking doesn't feel as rewarding because let me tell you this. For all the truck drivers in the building, people don't even appreciate us. We get to places they got an attitude. I mean, not where I work at because I'm not saying I haven't encountered it because that's why I'm saying this. Um, the reason I know is because I've encountered it, but the reason I don't deal with it now is because like when I get to where I'm going, it's just boom, dropping hook, boom, dropping hook, and I go to the same places over and over. So when you go to the same places over and over, they don't treat you like shit. It's kind of like they know you. They treat you like a friend. Like, hey, what's up, buddy? You know what I'm saying? But when you go to new places for the first time, oh yeah, they definitely talk to you crazy, treat you like shit, got an attitude. They don't appreciate. You get there early. You think they be happy that you was early with their freight and not late. Oh, you too early. Like yo, late. What you want me to be early or late? If you late, oh, they definitely got attitude. So it's one of those things. It's like as trucking doesn't feel that rewarding just because people don't appreciate you. They don't know we work late hours or forget late hours. Just say long hours because some people don't work late. Long hours, and we are typically, depending on what form of trucking you doing, it's like we away from the family, we away from our, you missing your kids games and this and that, and you know what I'm saying. Thank God I'm off on the weekends, so that's typically around a lot of time when that stuff happens. But whenever my daughter has stuff going on, I always, you know, make time to go. Like I'll take off work to go. You know what I'm saying? Or I make sure I'm a part of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't be like, yo, one of those dudes, which I don't knock, where it's like I had to work, I had to make money, so I couldn't be there, but you had this. Nah, 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 nah. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there cheering you on at the game. That's why y'all see when on Relo stuff, I was at my daughter's thing. I make it a point to be there, like and work. You know what I mean? I try to do both. But I'm not saying because some of it's luck. It's just like I've did my bid in trucking and I've been with this spot for a while, so I worked myself into a good position. But like just say you first start, yeah, you're gonna be missing a lot of that. You're gonna be in a whole nother state when that's going on. Constantly trying to get back home and they sending you out further. You know what I'm saying? All them games they play. But since I'm dedicated, and I can get off work when I need to, the way my shit is set up, um, I'm not missing too much of nothing when it comes to my daughters. If they got something going on, I'm gonna make sure I'm there and to make sure that they feel my love and support. But because like I said, man, money is just one part of you know the things that's gonna make my life go round. Like your kids, they'll grow up so quick, right? What you gonna be like? Oh man, I couldn't be there because you only get one shot to enjoy watching your kids grow up. Next thing you know, they'll be grown. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't gonna let trucking steal all that away from me. You know what I'm saying? Um, it already took a lot enough. But now I got it set up to where my trucking is almost like a regular job. Not really, but kind as close as I can get it. Cause I still work long hours, but I'm typically off work like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then I work Monday through Thursday. So that's pretty good in itself to be work. Now, I mean that it was like that really when I was working the days. When I'm working nights like this, it's like I only got 2 days off. Because the third day that I'm off, I get home like early in the morning, but then I gotta sleep now, and I'm sleeping. By the time I wake up, the day is mostly already went by. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, but it is. I'm not complaining. I'm just kind of telling y'all about the trucker's life. You know what I mean? Because a lot of us get treated like shit, and the people don't appreciate you. I remember one time when it was during the pandemic, right? I went to a Panda Express. So parked in the it was just like where it was situated was like next to other stuff like Walmart, others in a big huge parking lot. So I parked in the parking lot. But anyway, I went there and I'm like, come there and I'm like, I wanna so during the pandemic they wasn't letting people inside. You had to order your food through the drive through. And so I was like, yo, I'm in a semi truck. There's no way for me to drive it in the drive through. Like, oh, we can't, you have to do it. And then some firefighters came up. They had their rig part right there and they was wearing their uniform. And they was like, "Oh, okay, you're firefighters. You could come in." And oh man, I went. I was like, I was low key pissed because, but I was like, hold on, how you gonna let them in? Cause they firefighters and they got a rig and they can't drive in, and I'm in a semi truck. You know what I'm saying? We both got the same issue, and we both at work. What's the difference? And then that's the only reason they let me in, cause they was looking like, you know. But man, they tried me. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I said a firefighting job is like more pristine, and people appreciate firefighters. They even give you discount on your food sometimes. Trucking, you ain't getting no discount on your food, and they definitely don't appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. And that's why I said shout out to all my truckers, man, because I think we make more sacrifices than a lot of them professions. You know what I'm saying? That get like more respect put on their name. You know what I mean? Shit, some truckers ain't seen their family for 2 weeks at a time, 7 days, whatever it may be. Like shit, how many jobs you know where that's going down? Um, yeah. So now I do got to put the camera down right now because I gotta cover up some of my personal business. I hate to do it, but yeah, I hate to do it. Well, I definitely gotta cover up the camera real quick. Let's see if this is gonna go smooth, man. Since I already got screwed over today, see how smooth this is going to go, man. That's honestly, if I knew I was getting a ticket today, I wouldn't even have came to work. That's just facts. I would not have came to work. Like it wouldn't have been worth it. So, but it already happened and played out, so it is what it is. Let's see. I got to do a little quick little computer work. Well, you know what I mean. Two, boom. Where's my pen at? Actually, I probably could. Let me see something. I probably could just point it this way for a second. When I'm working on shit, but I definitely can't. Get a little closer. You know what I'm saying? Um. All right. Now I just need to make contact real quick and see what's good. Man, I wish I didn't come to work today. After thinking about that shit, don't bother me because I know I got more money than most other people in there. Yeah, but they still treat you like crap though, man. That shit. I mean, that just mainly boils down to like, especially like if it's you the type of driver that what you call it goes to a place, different places all the time, because you don't have a rapport with nobody. You know what I'm saying? You don't you like a new dude. You just another person. Hey, hello. Why did I say hello? I unmuted it because they might mess around and say my company name while I'm on the thing. Never know what people might say. But yeah, so that's all it is, man. I really don't care, but it is nice when you don't have to deal with people's attitudes, man. Like it is really nice when you don't. Okay, let me see. Yeah, it is nice when you don't got to deal with people's attitudes and they're just like cool about shit. But that's just not. That's just not typical. But yeah, so they got a lot of. Okay, we right here. Um, yeah, man, today would have been a good day, man. Had that little incident with the ticket didn't happen. Cause I already know, like tomorrow, I got to break five at least. Like it might have went up, cause I haven't paid for a ticket in a long time. Like I haven't had to get an attorney in a long time. So due to all this shit that's going on, shit, the price of everything going up, they might want more money. They might say, nah, it's more than 500. So we got to see tomorrow, cause I'm definitely gonna make some phone calls tomorrow and get them on the case. Just get it out the way. Take the picture and just have them get it out the case. I mean, just get it out the way. And yeah, so I'm gonna call my one spot that I normally hit up, but if they don't, just because I normally was hitting them up when I was in like towards Bakerfield, so they may not do it where I got a ticket at. So if they don't, then I'll find somebody else. But I'm gonna hit them up first and let them know where I got it at if they work that area, and if so, I'll go to them. And yeah, man. So it is what it is, man. That's just something I'll have to deal with. Like I said, tomorrow, and like I'm one of those dudes, right? Whenever I have something to do or a bill to pay or anything like that, I like to treat it like medicine. Like just take it and get it out the way real quick. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like to dwell and think about it and harp on it. I like to get it out the way. Like, all right, cool, yeah, it happened around Christmas time. That sucks, but it is what it is. I'm gonna break that bread and yeah, I'm gonna break that bread and get it taken care of. And now I got it because I don't like shit renting space in my mind. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have like having a bunch of shit to remember, deadlines. So I'm just like, all right, let me just take care of it. You know what I mean? They taxing me a little bit. All right, cool. I ain't been taxed in a minute. That's just my turn. Um, you know, so that's cool. I mean, it's not cool, but I gotta, what they say, when life deals you lemons, make lemonade or something. So I'm gonna have to do right now. But overall, everything been going um, extremely well. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know what I mean? Roll the shot real quick. It's cold outside. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. What's up? What's up? What's up, man? can you do? A day in the life. All right, y'all. Give me 1 second because I kind of just put my hair set up because these dudes that's out here they putting a lock on the trailer. They doing all of that. They doing all of that, and I ain't really want to have my headset with me because I just don't want these cats slipping up saying something that I don't want to be heard on the live. Now I'm working. I don't have time to keep trying to mute the phone. If I was just out here by myself hooking it up, I would have just kept chopping it with you guys. But I just left my headset in here because there's just no telling what somebody might slip up and say. And I'm thinking like, basically just being safe. Better to be safe than sorry. Enough silly stuff happened for the day already. So you know, like I said, man, if we didn't have parasites in the space, I would fucking show you guys me. I would set the phone up where you could see me unhooking it up, hooking it up. I mean, those are. I mean, for those cats that don't drive trucks, you can just see what it looks like. The guys that drive trucks, they already know. But it would be dope to be able to do something like that. But as long as I'm in the travel space, kind of, sort of, nah. Maybe if I was like in a different sector as a YouTuber, yeah. But not in this space. It's a lot of buffoonery in this space. Hold on. What I do with that pen? What attorney do you get? I'm an attorney out of Denver. You say you don't work this area, but I got the ticket in because it's like, you know what I mean? I was like, look for mine. I got a ticket in. And for the first time, it's on attorney where he had a lot of good reviews. Right. Lou said you might want to check those doors, man. Now I'm gonna pull it up because I still gotta put the seal on it, but I gotta pull it up so. All right, y'all. Y'all still with me? I don't even know how many of y'all is with me in the building. Let me get back on my headset because they finally walked away. They wanted to kind of talk to me as I was doing all of this. Because remember, I told you when you go to the same place all the time, you roll up and it's like, "What's up, buddy?" They want to, you know what I mean? But they might talk too freely. So I just left my headset in the in the truck because there's just no telling what somebody might say that I don't want them to say. And so, why did I take this out with me? Yeah, so, but they walked off finally. I'm still working on hooking up the truck, but oh, okay, he didn't close the door all the way. Um, yeah, he probably couldn't figure out how to close the door. Hopefully, this closes pretty easy. Um, but that's just how this shit go, man. Life be lifing, but it ain't nothing that I'm down about or nothing like that. Just okay. Well, it closed easily, so I don't know why they didn't close it up. That's good to hear. And look, I gotta get. All right, let me see. That's done. Let me make sure all my lights and shit is working. It probably won't be. No, my luck today. Let me see. Yeah, so I'm almost done. So basically, what I gotta do, what I'm doing now is like what they call a pre-trip. You walking around, making sure your equipment is good. Um, yeah, you supposed to just check everything out. I still have an out fuse though because more of my lights is lit up, but not all of them are lit up still. Fuck. Um, that is. Damn it. Let me see. I'm gonna slide these tandems, and yeah, yeah. So like, okay, at my company, right? They have a thing like, okay, I think might be when you have like some type of incident, then like it'll be like you on the, it'll be like you on the platinum list, right? And then like something will happen, and then you'll fall from platinum to like gold, right? And then if something else happen, you'll go from like gold to like, I don't know all the colors, but they got like maybe green, yellow or yellow, green, then red. When you get to red, that means you are up for termination. So like basically like say something happened, you could take a safety class, right? At my company, you could take a safety class. Now the safety class, it basically let me see. Okay, it's still 6 people in the building. Let me just set it like this. All right, cool. I gotta unplug this shit real quick. So the safety class, let's see. I'm trying to make financial investment and asking, is a trailer a good living situation? You said way more personal information on internet. And you harping on that, huh? Salute, salute. Um, yeah. So my point is, like, so when you get so many things, you basically like up for like termination and shit. You feel me? And so you be up for termination, right? And so they got like green, no, platinum, gold, green, red, whatever. When you get to the red, you know you're up for termination. But you could take a safety class to get that shit removed, right? And then when you get it removed, um, you can what you call it. You can get that point within internally with your company, like back. So if you was at gold and went, if you was at platinum and went to gold, you can go back up to platinum. If you don't, that shit lasts on there. I forgot how long it lasts on there, and you can only take these classes once a year, not once every year, like once from January to the next January, from every year that you took the safety class. So like say if I had an incident and I went and took this, it was I got something on there now, and I went and took the class this month, which would be December. That means I can't take that class again until December, but after the date that, so if I took it December 22nd, that means I would have to wait to December 23rd because a full year would have went by before I will be could take another safety class. All that stupid shit. So like, uh, I remember one time I wasn't even taking a safety class. Like just some little bullshit came up, right? And I'm thinking like, man, I ain't taking no safety class, right? But then something else came up, and next thing you know, I was like, just like a couple things came up out of nowhere. Like I was having bad luck, and my shit was like one thing before the red, and I was like, oh shit, I better start taking these safety classes. So I start taking the safety classes, getting it, working it back up. Like they don't fall off fast enough, and I was like almost up for termination over some simple little shit, but like nothing, like. But that's how fast that shit can add up. You look even. Wait, you ever move loads for UPS? Nah, I never. Actually, I have moved some shit for UPS, but like it was. I didn't work for UPS, so like we got a load from UPS, so it might have been like some trash and like shit that they like documents or whatever it was. I need to. They was basically just taking them to get destroyed somewhere, so I had to pick them up and take them from one place to another place that does that. And but I never worked for actual UPS. No. Uh, yeah. So it just boom. Let me do this. So, like in the midst of like, hold on. I just gotta make sure I'm taking care of everything real quick. I'll make sure I am forgetting nothing. Cause like yeah, when we get here, we got like a little bit of we got to transflow paperwork. We got to do empty and loaded calls and all that. And so, and then we also have like a clock. So I need before I leave, I need to have did like my clock off for like 30 minutes so I can get the rest of my drive time back. And then I also need to shit. I'm gonna stop by the gas station, get some fuel, and while I'm there, try to get some what you call it, some cool it because my shit's still leaking after they said they fixed it. So that was just a whole nother thing. And it was crazy was I was low key irritated by like them saying they fixed it and it wasn't fixed. And then I got that ticket. Then I was like, I'm not really irritated about the cooler no more. I'm more irritated about this ticket now. So yeah. Um yeah, so I don't know. What can you do? But salute to everybody in the chat, man, making shit happen. To Sky High, I don't want to feel like I want you to feel like I'm ignoring you, bro. Just accept my answer. Whatever I'm gonna say this: a good investment is any investment you do your research in. You know what I'm saying? Whatever investment you do, you need to research it, and you're gonna have to do more research than just talking to me. So research it, learn the market, of whatever you're trying to get into, don't invest your money in nothing you don't really know about. You know what I'm saying? That's just the fastest way to lose money. Um, but I don't want people like I don't want you to feel like I'm really like dissing you by not answering your question, but I want you to be able to respect that if I said I'm not gonna answer anything about where I personally work at, um, where I may or may not live. Like I'm like not even happy that you guys know what kind of car I drive. I don't ever let you see the outside of it or what version of the type of car I got. You know what I'm saying? Like, sir, just because it's bozos in the space, and if you don't understand that, I get it. But if you become a YouTuber, you will because right now some of these parasites in the space they don't really know that much information about me. I mean they know shit, but like the way they try to weaponize it against other YouTubers that I've seen them do it to, they don't really know that much information about me to like, you know what I mean? And I like to keep it that way because it's a couple of them I plan on kicking their face in when I see them. Like they played with me, but it's no fun when the rabbit got the gun. It's a couple when I see them, it's up. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about that, you know, that fake shit. We gonna be on some real shit. But that's a couple cats I gotta straighten out. But I ain't really, I ain't really trying to be on all that extra shit right now. I'm just trying to make it happen right now, man. Fuck. So I don't know if you guys know, I've been basically intermittent fasting. I didn't have my first meal today till like 7 o'clock tonight, just cause it just kind of been happening, and I'll be eating like once a day. So I feel like that shit helps, cause I hopped on the scale, cause I can go over 200 pounds easily, right? And I feel like that helped because let me see, is this dude going in here? Hold on, let me see something. Let me go like this out. That nigga trying to roll up, or maybe he's just getting out right there. Hold on. But I'm not really ready to move yet. Let me see. Look like he about to come ask me a question. What's going on, G? You going in there? Okay, I had the mic on mute. All right. I think we almost out of here. Let's see. Do we got our time back yet? Yep. All right, we out of here. Yeah, so like for you guys that don't know, when we drive trucks, it's like we can only drive so long before we got to take like a 30-minute break, which I just did, so I could get back the rest of my time. And then also, what you call it, we have to yeah, we can only drive 11 hours, and we got to take in between sometime we got to take a 30-minute break, and then to get all our time back we got to do a 10-hour reset, meaning we can't drive for 10 hours basically to get all our time back for the next day. And then we got hours for the week, which is 70 hours for the week. And then after you exceed those 70 hours, you have to run on recaps, right? Which that's too difficult. I don't really know how that is to explain that to somebody that's not a truck driver what recaps are. But then to get your 70 hours back, you got to do a 34-hour reset. You know what I'm saying? To get all your time back. You never. Okay, yeah. So some of it is kind of. I really don't know how to explain it right now. If I thought about it, I probably could explain it what the recaps are. But shit, it's even difficult for some truck drivers to even know that drive trucks that know what recaps are to even know how to. There's some cats that struggle with knowing how to run on recaps, so let alone me trying to explain it to some people that have no clue of what I'm even originally talking about. It's kind of like but yeah. So yeah, man. Like the recap. Okay, let me see if I could basically try to explain. Recaps are like you get hours back. Like say if I do a 10-hour reset, I'm gonna get all my hours back until I get too much into my 70-hour clock. Then I'm gonna be running off recaps, so I may not get all my hours back. I'm just gonna get back what's left of how the recaps ran that day, and every day is different depending on how many hours I drove that day. You know what I'm saying? So one day I might get 5 hours back, 6 hours back, 3 hours back. It depends on how much work I did that day. Cause it's just kind of hard to explain what recaps are. But yeah, man, I don't even like driving off recaps just because it's difficult. Even just how it's difficult to explain, it's difficult to even really learn and be good at using them. Cause like you're not gonna get all your time back, and it's just at that point, I think it's just best to like run your 70 hours and then do a 10-hour reset. That's just, but it's not always possible for, depending on what you work and what's your job situation, it's just not always going to be possible to do that. And you will get stuck off running off recaps, which to me, I don't like to do, which I don't have to do anymore. But back in the day, I did used to have to run off races. It sucked. Like, because it was just like, how do you say? Going far places sucked, and what you call it, and going to different places all the time sucked. Like not knowing the layout, not knowing how this place worked, they rules, always having to figure that out. That sucked. Always trying to figure out where you're gonna park at. Because if you've been to a place a few times or a lot of times, you already know where you're gonna park at. You did this delivery. You already got an area you like to park. You already know how you gonna do it, how you need to run it. Figuring out a new place all the time, that kind of sucks. You don't know what food place is gonna be by there, where you need to stop. Where's a good place to park in that area that's close by the shipper or receiver. Some cats love to park at truck stops. I never park at truck stops. When I was doing OTR, I would go in the truck stop, go handle my business, and then I would after I handle my business, I would preferably some places you could park on the property of where you're delivering. Some places you won't be able to do that. But preferably like that. So you ain't even gotta start have your clock running. You know what I'm saying? Be wasting time. Like the way that they want you to drive trucks, if you did it exactly that way, you would just it would show up negatively in your truck. Like if you did everything the way they wanted you to do it, it just don't make sense. But I don't even want to talk too much about that on here. It's just weird. It's a weird situation. But yeah, man. 5 weeks. I don't know what Jerry Jones was talking about in 5 weeks, but something. Uh, Yeah, man. So I need to get some gas, man. I might get it at. I don't think I'm gonna get it right now, cause I could get it right here. I think I'm gonna get rolling for a minute and then get the gas later at like another little spot. But like even like when we get gas, it's tricky because they got a thing called trip planning. I think it's only really truckers on here this late, really. But for the truckers, that's like it's just kind of pointless to explain it to you guys if you guys are all truckers. But I'll just say it just because I don't even know if you guys are all truckers. Every truck company, they shit is different. Like if you work for an owner operator, you probably could fill up anywhere. Like they probably don't care because they don't have enough trucks to get a discount, for filling up. But like if you work for a company, they want you to fill up at certain places. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't just get gas anywhere you decide. They got a fill list with gas stations on it. Yeah, so but yeah, man, I when I first got the trucking, I used to think like, oh man, this is gonna be great. Like every trucker got into trucking thinking like it was gonna be. I don't know. I think every trucker thought that it was gonna be something that it just really didn't turn out to be, or they was gonna be doing shit that they really didn't turn out to be doing. Like, I thought like when I got in the truck, like I was gonna be cooking in my truck. I never cook in my truck. For one, I don't like my truck smelling like food. Keep your eyes on the road. Now I'm good. Um, yeah. So I think every trucker thinks like I thought like I'll be cooking some good old shit in my truck and doing all of this. I'm like hell no. A I don't like my truck smelling like food and shit when I'm not eating. Secondly, like my truck used to have a TV in it. My old truck. I never used the TV. I never used it since the day I bought that joint and put it in there. It'd be mounted up, all this. Because typically when you get off work, for me, I'm tired. I'm ready to go to bed, not watch no TV. This is night time. So I never used it, and anytime I would look for entertainment, I would use my phone. So I would the TV shit just I don't know. I used it for my daughter though. When she would ride with me, I used it for her. But I left my TV in my old truck. I ain't even take it with me. I left it. I didn't feel like unmounting it, and I never used it anyway. So, whoever, whatever they did with that truck, they might have took the TV out, gave it to another driver. I don't know. I didn't care about it. I wasn't gonna take it out. And then the TV kind of takes up. to me, spacing your truck a little bit. Um, I don't know. And then like I used to have a microwave in my truck. I left my microwave. I left the microwave and the TV because I don't really sleep in my truck no more. Like, but when I finish my trip, I'm back at the house. So I don't really I didn't need it. You know what I'm saying? So I left the microwave in there. I wasn't using it no more. And then yeah, but I do got a fridge in my truck though. And that's cool because I like having my cold drinks and shit in there. I don't put food in there really. I just put like waters, um, some Powerade, soda, whatever I got in there, some drinks, and that's it. And yeah, and then they got some trucks that got two beds in it. Some trucks that just got one bed. Mine's does have two beds, and I keep one bed folded. I think they both folded down right now, actually. But normally I would have one bed folded up, but like I said, I don't even pay attention to them beds no more because, like I said, I don't sleep in my truck no more. And yeah, the good old trucking life, pushing down the highway. You know what I'm saying? Getting to it. Like my job is pretty simple for the most part, but I still work a lot of long hours. Like right now, this is the creme de la creme. When I say the creme de la creme, ask truckers when you talk to them, is they shit as smooth as my run. This niggas getting max miles, all dropping hook, and back at the same house, back at the house the same day, every day, and doing CPM, max miles. Creme, it don't get no better than this, really. Because even if you make more money than what I'm doing, most likely you're not making it home every night. And sometimes truckers work more than me and they make less. Because let me tell you what I figured out. When y'all do them overhaul, like them long hauls going far places, you still like me, I get paid for the whole time I'm in the truck. Like as you seen, I made that stop for 30 minutes, I'm back rolling. And I'm going back to Cali. So my whole point is, um, even if you go further places than me, most likely you make less money than me. Let me tell you why. Because what I realized in OTR is when you go far places, you still end up losing a day in deliveries and getting loaded. You basically lose a whole day doing that shit. Cause you get somewhere, you still got time to run. You can't run because you got to make this delivery. So you got to post up, boom, boom, boom. There's no telling how long that may take to get delivered. And then the next day, or so you have to wait till the next day to deliver it, and then that next day you still got to spend time trying to go pick up another load. And guess what? Most likely you're gonna be picking up a live load, which can take several hours, and you can have a fucked up pickup time on the pickup. You basically end up losing a day doing a delivery and a pickup, and you're not being compensated for all that time. Me, when I'm in this truck, it's moving, making money the whole time. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not giving up no free time and I'm making a max amount of money. But was I always in this situation? No. I used to give up free days too. Like my shit was set up like that. I'll go far places and I'm like, damn, I got some miles, but then I would lose a whole day trying to deliver the load and pick up my next load. So I would really be like, if I worked 6 days, I only got paid for 5 days. Or if I worked 5 days, I got paid for four. If I worked 7 days, I got paid for 6 days. You know what I'm saying? That's how it would always like turn out doing that shit. And I ain't like it. Cause um I don't like time going by or a day going by and I'm not getting paid. Fuck all that. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that shit. I want to be compensated for all my time in the truck. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, yeah, um, yeah, man. But it's like I said, man. To me, and for most drivers, once you've been driving a while, this shit is just. To me, driving the truck is easier than driving my vehicle. Well, I remember like at one point when I first started driving trucks, I had to get used to like, cause like I said, I was one of those dudes going out for weeks at a time without coming home. Meaning, for a couple of weeks, and I come home and I drive my car for a couple of days, like maybe like 4 days a month. So when I would hop in my personal vehicle, it felt weird. It felt like I wasn't as good as driving my car anymore. Like I was more comfortable in the truck. But now that I come home regularly and I drive my car more frequently, I'm used to like driving, getting in and out of both. Like when you first start trucking, it'll feel, you'll see if you ever start driving trucks for the first time and you drive long enough. When you first start, you're gonna feel funny when you hop in your car. Your car is gonna feel so small, it's gonna feel like a toy, like a Lego. It's just be this real awkward feeling driving it. Um, and like you have to adjust to like cars going like used to driving slow in the truck, and you'll be finding yourself driving in the slow lanes because that's the lanes you used to driving in the truck. And then you'll like when cars swoop and pull up real close to each other, or when people do it with you in the car, you'll be like, "Oh shit, slow down, watch out." You'll be because they getting and you're not used to it. You used to like to be so much following distance for like the braking time that is gonna take to slow the truck down. So it's just a weird thing, like when you gone weeks at a time and you're not in an actual car, you're in a truck the entire time, and then you hop in the car. It's like your driving skills diminish in the car, and then you be like, it's easier to drive my truck than the actual car. But when you first actual start, the truck's gonna be way harder to drive. I'm talking about once you get comfortable with the truck and you've been doing it for a minute. But then I guess after a while, if you get a job to where you come home every day or you come home enough where you drive your vehicle enough, then the truck will be the truck, the car will be the car. They'll feel like you drive them both good. Like you won't feel weird no more about, about it. But yeah, it just takes a little bit of getting used to, man. So yeah, man, y'all think this been a good live or what? Cause I think I might about to go ahead and shut this one down, man. I feel like this has been a good live, man. We've been rolling, and I like to just come on here and kick it because I know some truckers they be working. Give them something to listen to. You know what I'm saying? Especially if like I go on a trip to out the country and they really get a chance to enjoy it as I'm rolling down the road. But I think they enjoy just shooting this shit on the live because one thing about driving trucks, you gotta find some type of entertainment while you rolling down the road to get through all these hours. So you're gonna be either got something on YouTube going, a live. Some people it may be music. I can't listen to music for that many hours. You know what I mean? Because after a while, that shit starts sounding like racket to me. I can listen to music for very little in my truck. Um, but yeah, man, we just be over here trying to we just be over here trying to make it down this road, man. Next thing you know, you get through a live, you halfway through your day. Are you know what I'm saying? Think about it. I've been on the live with you guys for a minute. Like I haven't been keeping track, but I think I was driving for about an hour, maybe an hour. No more than an hour and a half before I went live. and I've been live ever since. And I done already made it to my delivery, and now I'm headed back. So, I mean, entertaining you guys kind of keeps me entertained as well because when I get off, I will put on something else that's entertaining to help me get the rest of the way back. And like some drivers, man, they end up in dead spots. Like they might have to drive for a while where they phone ain't working, where they ain't got no entertainment, just rolling. I used to hit those dead zones. My route, them dead zones, they don't really last that long. I might go through some mountains. My phone might buffer just a little bit. It might take me like 2, 3, 4, 5, no longer than 10 minutes to get through a bad area, really. Um, but yeah, I've been on them spots where you driving for like an hour, your phone ain't even working. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes longer than an hour. You're like, damn, you might be rolling a couple hours and your phone ain't nothing going down. You ain't got no entertainment. That's when it be rough. When you don't got no entertainment and you just rolling, man, that's when it kind of get rough. But yeah, man. And then like I think the hardest part about them doing construction on the road and shit is it's night. So it's like your eyes is just looking at darkness. It's not looking at different objects, sizes, lights, shades of colors. So what happens? It's just like one. It's just real easy to go to get tired like that. You know what I'm saying? But I slept in, so I'm gonna be good. And then like I've been places where this shit is funny, right? Where you'll go and you might have to use the restroom on the side of the road because there's nothing around and it's pitch black, meaning when you look out your passenger window, you can't see nothing. When you look out your driver's side window, you can't see nothing but pitch blackness. Only thing you can see is straight ahead. And you be nervous to get out the truck because you like, what, you might be in the mountains or just in the wilderness. And you be like, man, I don't know what type of animals they got out here. Might be a bear, anything. Like I ain't shit. I ain't getting out the truck. I done got out the truck before though, and you be a little like on edge because you can't see nothing. Like when you hop out, it ain't like right now I can see because I'm still kind of like in the city. There's street lights. When I look to the right, even though it's dark, I can still see a little bit to the right and to the left. I can still see, even though it's nighttime. There's places you go where it's no street lights or no nothing around, so it's complete pitch black, right? Um, so I don't know if I'm sure if you're a truck driver, you know what I'm talking about. You've been in them situations where you got to use the restroom and it's so black where you like my homie, because he been through that situation. He said he got him a bucket and then he puts like a bag, like a bag in there, like a trash bag. And then he got a toilet seat that he put on top of the bucket. So he'll sit in his truck, do what he got to do. Then, he got his baby wipes, he got all his stuff. And after he finished, he'll tie the bag in a knot like that. And then he'll put his bucket back up. But, like, you know, he said he did it for multiple reasons because, sometimes you're not close enough to the restroom and you gotta do what you gotta do, right? You're gonna be on the side of the road. So he got him a little bucket. Me, I never did that because I'm not taking no gangster inside of my truck. I don't even like my truck smelling like food, and I damn sure don't want my truck smelling like shit driving down the road. That's not gonna happen. So I don't do that in my truck. I don't cook in my truck, and I don't take a gangster in my truck. That's out. Like I gotta find shit. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't have to find a bush or like just go do what I gotta do. Pull over to the side of the road. Use my trailer as a way to block me. I'm in the dirt a little bit, do what I gotta do, get back on the road. Like that's happened lots of times. But I refuse to put a fucking Which the way he's doing it makes sense, but I don't want my truck smelling funny. Like, I'm not gonna do it. So yeah, man, this been a good live, man. I'm gonna wrap this up just mainly too because shit is late and but I need to the way my phone is sitting, I can't really charge it. I could, but it'll be constantly like falling over and I gotta mess with it because the charging is at the bottom, so it'll be sitting like kind of on top of the charger. But I do need to like charge my phone and shit. But this been a good live for real, man. I enjoy coming on here, kicking some shit with y'all, and I never. One thing that's cool about the lives, I might start off with a topic, and there's really no telling where I could end up just from answering the comments and going on. I could start here and in a whole different place. Like I'm like one of those dudes. Since the live is so long when I'm in the truck, it's really kind of hard to stay on that one topic because I'll go over it and then I'm still on the live, so I'll just keep going. I feel like if you do a shorter live, you probably could stay on topic the whole time, but I don't really think it kind of matters. Y'all just really be wanting me to talk that shit so y'all can get through y'all shift because I know we got the truckers on deck right now, and we just be trying to make it down this road. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I appreciate y'all coming on and showing the love by hitting the like button and giving me some views and just checking out the content. Yes, and Rello's words. This has been a good live. I gotta steal Rello's line. Yeah, this was a good one. But yeah, it's been a good live, man. And you know what I mean. I do need to charge my phone and get all that. But until the next time, I really enjoyed chopping it up with you guys. It's your boy K9, aka No Fear Travel, and that's how I move through life. No fear, no fear, only ambition, only determination. I love that name, No Fear Travel, because it describes me in a nutshell. I got no fear, only ambition and determination, right? So anyway, it's your boy K9, No Fear Travel. Till the next time, I'll check y'all later. Peace.